Hello, hello. It's just about 10, so I think we'll go ahead and start just a touch early. Hopefully everybody's Sunday's going pretty well today. I got my coffee, I got some water, I have some brown sugar and espresso hard candy. So we're hanging out. I'm also pleased to have my cat napping in my lap at the moment because he is just a little cuddle bug who will not leave me alone. Alright, so the last thing that we did on this character before we ended stream last week was we got to a Numenos over in this area, and we have just a couple of quests. We have some repeatable dailies that we can probably do. Or not even dailies, but just in general. And I do think that we should probably do these just for whatever amount of XP, and, well, we don't need reputation anymore since I think we maxed that out, but we can do a few other things while we're here. I do also, at some point today, need to do just a few things. Hey, Curious Sand, how's it going, man? Big P, indeed. He's just chilling in my lap with his ducky shirt on. His ducky cooling shirt. At some point today, I do need to go talk to a man about a horse. And I need to get a mount that is not abysmally slow at some point. Oh, Jesus. These guys are just everywhere, aren't they? He's already cool? That he is, man. I'm still, like, just continuously surprised at how chill he is with wearing shirts. He just likes to play dress up all the time. He'll wear shirts, he'll wear costumes. The only thing that he won't wear are hats. He despises wearing any kind of hat, and he will eat the hat attachment material before he will suffer wearing a hat any longer. I know this because we used to have a bumblebee costume that we would have him wear sometimes, and he hated it so much that he ate the elastic string on the hat. And we had to throw the hat away. There's a mission or a quest over here. I think it's just up the hill on top of that little platform. So we're gonna have to go around and kill more of these Angmar dudes. There's also, to my knowledge, there's some loot that I could probably get from some of the vendors. I don't know if they would be any better than what I'm currently rocking now, but I do know that there are vendors just outside of Bree, and probably outside of most of the major towns, that will have different loot at different level ranges. I was leveling my burglar slash rogue earlier yesterday evening, and I was able to find that vendor, and I was able to get several different items for the level 20. I did hit level 23 today on him, so I should probably go and grab some more loot at some point. Devastated. Let's see if I can avoid aggroing another level 50 character, or a level 50 enemy. Someone's already looted this cache. Come on. I think they're shown... No, they're not shown. Wait, no, they are. I think they're shown as rings on the map. So that's helpful. Just checking behind me. I don't know if you can actually swim underwater in this game. I've tried a few different times and it doesn't seem to be working. I was running dungeons last night with a lower level and had a bunch of purples drop. I found that crafting was generally the best way to get decent gear. Hey, I think that would probably work pretty well. I'm currently running a woodworker on that burglar of mine, and oh, what was the other one? Forester, that's it. So I should be able to make some new armor at the very least at some point. But also, welcome to the stream, man. We're happy to have you. This game reminds me of New World. How does it remind you of New World? Is it the hat that I'm wearing? Welcome to Latro. Thanks, man. I've been playing it off and on for, well, not several years, but I've played it off and on since probably 2018-ish. The last time I played was like 2023. We appreciate the follow. Thank you. I would like to finish out the quests over here in Anumenor, and then we can work on going towards the Troll Shaws. I was trying to remember where my AoE buttons were. I knew this guy had it, but I couldn't remember where they were. Oh, something... I guess it's this big spike here that's causing me some anguish. It is kind of sad that New World was shutting down. Or is shutting down, I guess. I'm not actually exactly sure when that timeline is, but it's still pretty sad. I think I had read somewhere that the dude who owns or made Rust was looking to purchase it, but I don't know if that ever actually went anywhere. Same here, been playing almost since the get-go, but always stopped around level 30 to 40s. All my friends played WoW, so I kept going back. That feels very familiar. This is the highest level that I've actually ever gotten a character in this game to, and my main game for basically ever has always been WoW. That's where Mob is. He's a guildie from my WoW guild that we raid on. I don't really have anybody who plays this game with me. I do have a couple of guildies who are willing to try it once we finish AOTC for the current raid tier, but it's not super set in stone. Their main game is obviously going to be WoW, which is perfectly fine. I've got a little bit of the ADHD somewhere, so I'm always bouncing back and forth between different MMOs and different online games. Is there... maybe it's that way. Possibly. A couple entities have tried to buy New World, yeah. I wonder if they're ever going to actually get it to be sold, or if Amazon Game Studios is just going to say no. I'm always interested in finding a group to play this game with. I would generally play solo, and that doesn't help keep my interest. That's very fair. A lot of MMOs, especially... and it's weird, too, because, like, the older an MMO is, especially one that's as old as Latro or WoW or Final Fantasy XIV, if they don't have, like, robust grouping mechanics to kind of alleviate the friction when it comes to the earlier content, it's really hard to maintain, I think, new and returning player interests, especially depending on, like, where you're at in the world, or rather where you're at in the game. Because, like, for instance, Final Fantasy XIV is really old, and it's typically still considered better to join a guild to play that game with, but you can queue into most other content. And so it's not necessarily something that you absolutely 100% have to join a guild for if you want to do any of the content, really. But for World of Warcraft, similarly, you'll have, like, you'll have groups that you can queue into, and you'll be able to do dungeons that way. But when it comes to, like, anything that's not just the same content, it's really difficult to get into raids that aren't just LFR, or into Mythic +2s even at this junction. Is that person an enemy? No, she's just hanging out with the Angmar people. But, like, with Latro, it doesn't seem like there's very many pieces Oh, I could. Okay, never mind. Sick. I was able to clear out a camp. That's cool. But with Latro, it doesn't seem like there's very many very robust segments of like player social systems. So like there's the fellowship finder, but it doesn't really do the same job as say World of Warcraft's LFG, like Dungeon Finder, or Final Fantasy XIV's Dungeon Finder. I'd rather New World die and go away. We have too many MMOs that just linger at this point. Even if someone were to buy it, you probably won't have near the same success as Amazon did. That's what's really difficult to determine too, because like when it comes to Amazon's success for New World, it was still kind of hit or miss because like they just had so many problems with it since they shipped it really effectively unfinished. I still remember very vividly whenever I first started trying it out, they had an issue wherein the like you could input HTML text and I think SQL code directly into the chat. Maybe not SQL code, maybe it wasn't that bad, but it was unsanitized to the point where you could put in foreign files and PNGs and stuff directly into the chat window. And you could use it to blind people who were trying to play the game. Like they were being used to keep people from being able to see what was going on in the middle of like sieges and stuff. And that's when I took a really long break and hiatus from it because I was like, yeah, seems really unsecure. This is very much a social game. Find a kinship and plan events. That's pretty fair. I would like to try and set up my own kinship once we have some of my WoW guildies playing. I've always said that if we can get at least 4 to 5 of us all playing together, then I'll set up a kinship / guild and we'll get that rolling. I can't imagine that it would be something that only, or rather, I can't imagine that it would be something that anybody but us would probably be joining, but it's still something that would be fun to do. At the very least, it would give us a little bit more of a foothold to play with each other, which is all I'm trying to do. We gotta find this other cache. I can't remember exactly what this one is. Time of need. Let me look. Collect supplies from hidden stores. Okay, so it's the same thing. That's what I'm currently doing. Kinships grow with time. I suggest if it is something you want to do, then research how the kinships work. You can't buy stuff like banks or anything. I imagine... I'm trying to think. I imagine that it's probably similar to how World of Warcraft guilds used to work, wherein you would have like guild levels. And so as you would have players join and players like participate in either raids, dungeons, and so on, you would accrue kinship levels or guild levels. Oh, we have an ad. So we're going to go ahead and pop that up and we'll hang out here really quick. And while I'm here, I shall sip on my coffee. I was looking at a couple of things on my burglar, and I'm not actually sure which one of these virtues I need to be taking. Either for the burglar or the minstrel, really. But we will sort that out soon, TM. My cat is just so heavy. He's gained like so much weight since we've started feeding him just a little bit more. Alright, ads are over. I was gonna say that it seems that the kinships, I would believe, would be very similar to how WoW guilds used to work, wherein as you would have members join and you would have people do content such as dungeons and raids and such, you would unlock more perks and either bank tabs and whatnot. Now it's not that at all. Now you have to purchase the bank tabs, with gold typically. And then you also have to, you don't really get to unlock very many things recently. I think the last set of things that you could unlock when it came to guilds was like Pandaria, maybe? Maybe it was a little bit more recent than that, possibly. Man, these guys are 480 XP per? That's nuts. I bet that hidden cache is what I need. So I'm going to heal myself a couple of times. It's progress based on time. Oh, it's actually time based. So after 24 hours, the MOTD unlocks, and after 3 months, the ability to buy a kinship in the house unlocks. Wow. Okay. That's actually interesting. I didn't know that it was actual time based. That's pretty crazy. That is actually very novel. Because out of all of the MMOs that I've played before, I don't think any of them have been time-based like that. That's pretty nuts. That's why I indicated if a kinship was something we were planning, set one up now, even if it is on an alt. Yeah, that's something that I'll probably look at doing probably today then. Is it like WoW, wherein you have to have people sign a charter, or do you just have to buy those things from the kinship vendors? I don't know what they're called. They might just be called charters. Like, do you have to have people available to sign the charter with you and whatnot to start it, or is it just you buy the thing, you name it, and then it's a thing now, and then it's now an available kinship? Man, these guys are just getting fucked up here. Nope, you just buy the charter to name the kinship and Bob's your uncle. That's pretty nice. Oh, shit. Oh, he's level... Oh, no, he's level 40. He's my level. Uh-oh. I'm stunned. That was a little spooky. I'm probably gonna die here, actually. I think I can go here and then heal this guy, maybe? Yeah, I can heal him. Sick. No! I don't think I can get this guy up. Yeah, I gotta run. Oh no, I'm gonna die, probably. Oh no, the sorcerer tagged. Oh shit. I don't have another potion I can use. Hang on, wait. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're gaming. We gamed. That was just a touch too much, I think. I'm pretty sure that that is a much higher fellowship requirement. We need at least 3 to 4 people probably instead of just 2. Or at the very least, we need more than just my sorry ass. Can I avoid aggroing anything extra? I needed to talk to Aura Calloway, it looked like, but I'm not overly sure. Yeah, that's crazy. 25k. Almost 26. What server am I on? If it's Peregrine, I can come and lend a hand. I am on Glamdring, unfortunately. That's not too bad. I do appreciate the offer for the assistance. I am just exploring. I'm actually not overly sure which quest this one is. It's just the... yeah, it's just this guy that I need to kill. And this is a daily. I don't really feel overly stressed in actually getting this done, especially since it's just a couple of feasts that don't even give me the stats I want, and then like a potion that I can choose. I have the Wardens of Numinos already maxed out. I think I was just going to try and do this for the additional XP, whatever that would be. That's to the Eavespires, so I don't... Ooh, what's that? I don't know what that is. I'm gonna go find out. Yeah, so I'm not overly concerned with completing that particular daily. Or not daily, but just repeatable quest. Let's try and skirt through. And it looks like it worked. I'm assuming that's part of one of the deeds that you can do. I know that there was a few deeds that you could complete by finding all of the flowers in the old forest, or the great forest. I'm in combat with something. Uh-oh. That guy's aggro range was quite large, damn. Cannot walk through this. Let's go ahead and heal up a little bit. Alright, so that guy's not in line of sight. And these guys will probably aggro, so I think I just need to make a loop around. I think that'll be the best bet for me to survive. I gotta find where... Well, no, I don't have to find it. I already know where it is. I think once I finish this area, I will head back to Bree, and I'll go buy one of the horses off of the main farmstead. And then once that's done, I'll be able to probably head towards the Troll Shaws, because I do have some of the quests to do over there for sure. Sweet, sweet safety with the Dunedins. I say as there's more shit in my way. Who's this guy attacking? Oh, just a warrior with a Dunedin. I will let you do that, buddy. Surely you got it, right? Maybe he doesn't, but we'll find out later. Alright, which quest was it? It was that one, that's a daily. And then I finished this one out. This was also a daily. I call them dailies, I know they're not, because I know that you should be able to do them like almost immediately after, depending on if they have a cooldown. Some of them have cooldowns, not all of them do. What's this one again? Oh, the one disease effect, I don't need that. Yeah, there's the time of need and I can retry. And then this was the daily. I think I'm done, actually. Except for the Orikawa's mission. I think this is all I actually need to do. Not the mustering horn. That's Whale Band. That's Clorthier. That's Tear Band. Let me see. Untoward aggression, monuments, Vangmar, drowning at the docks. Oh, you know what? I think I probably should have just called him before and sooner before I did all this other stuff to kill these ads. Or these other mobs. I try to do the 5 task board turn-ins for quick and easy XP and reputation. Beyond that, I try to focus on keeping up with the main epic quest lines. Yeah, I think that's what I'm probably going to need to do at this point, because I'm almost done with Evendim. I've got some things that have sent me to the Trollshaws and Rivendell, and then most of this other stuff is... Yeah, go back to Tenudir, go back to Trollshaws. I think I will come back and do this one at some point. Unless it's like something I can do pretty quickly. Let's see what this guy has for me. Oh, okay, never mind. There's quest for here. Alright, cool. Maybe I should have read the quests. And I can get my 3rd piece of Heartmender equipment. That's pretty sick. We will take the monuments and claim them for ourselves. There are 6 spread throughout the city. Once we find them, I will protect you while you fly a flag of the Rangers from it, and we will turn their monument into ours. That's crazy work, dude. Alright, let's actually check these out. Alright, this is just to kill things. That's easy enough. Yeah, should be easy enough. Should be chill. I do have to say, and I've said it basically every single time that I've been on stream when I've played this game, I'm a huge fan of the like the pending loot thing here. I think this is awesome. Being able to have a series of extra loot slots, basically. It's very sick. Scribe stance. Am I a scribe? No. Oh wait, no. Okay, never mind. I got it. That's to teach skills. I'll put that right there, I think. That's fishing. That goes right there. I forgot what I was for a minute. I know I'm a tailor, and I know I'm like a tailor, farmer, and cook. Those are the things I am. Lotro does have some really nice QL that you just don't see in other games. I'm a huge fan of the loot window here. I'm also a huge fan of like how their skill system works. This is less QLL and just more like how it plays. I do like the what is this guy giving me now? Read the names etched in the pillars, bro. I do like that there are different like aspects of professions that you can do. Like the scroll cases are really nice. The only thing that I wish the scroll cases did, or I guess didn't do, I wish you could go to like a trainer and they could tell you what the like what profession recipes that you don't have for one of the levels are, or one of the segments, I guess, whether it's like apprentice or journeyman and that kind of thing. Instead of just having to go through all of the scroll cases until you just stop getting anything that's worthwhile. I guess you could just go to the wiki for it, but it would be nice to be able to see what you have or don't have from a trainer or something. It does suffer from system creep though, but in 19 years in any game you'll get that, I feel. Yeah. The game's been around for so long that it's really difficult to avoid anything like system creep, or even in some aspects avoiding like the problem that I was talking about with the dungeons before. Like the early level dungeons are really hard to find groups for, because like it's a 19-year-old game, and for the most part people are not doing those specific dungeons. Like the Great Barrow dungeon, you're gonna have a hard time finding groups to do it with that is at level, partially because there's probably not that very many people at level to do it with, and also because of the fact that anybody who has been playing long enough to do this will probably avoid the Great Barrow Dungeon because it's hard to get a group for it. I use an app called Latro Companions. It's a third-party app that you can pull data from your character. You can then see what recipes you still need or have. Okay, that's pretty sick. That kind of reminds me of how some of the add-ons work in WoW, or rather some of the websites do. Like you can see what I'm trying to think. There's a website that I can't remember. I think it's called WoW Achievement. And if you type in your character name and what server you're on, it will actually show you all of the collectibles that you have yet to obtain, along with all of the ones that you have. So that's pretty sick. That kind of reminds me of that. Alright, let's kill this dude first. Sick. What am I doing here? Rescue tortured prisoners. Man, you're just having me do everything, aren't you? Alright. I think I probably have to kill these guys. As for the at-level discussion, you'd have to coordinate a group for that. There is an item in the store that disables XP gain so the group can stay together. I do know about, like, the turtle thing. And I know that it's, like, 100 Latro points, which isn't that expensive in the grand scheme of things, especially, like, if you're just doing deeds and whatnot. Like, you should be doing, along with just being able to passively do them. It is just one of those things where it's, like, that's kind of what I was talking about with, like, the group finder. Not incident, but just the group finder in general for Latro versus, say, like, WoW or Final Fantasy XIV, is that, like, the Fellowship finder is serviceable enough, but since it doesn't really work the same way, it's kind of hard to get it going. But it's alright. Let's go ahead and rescue this dude. I have done a couple of them already, although with the aid of, I think, a level 40 plus and like a level 120 at some point before. That was back in 2023 though. That reminds me, that was very strange. When I first started playing again, that's not the button I wanted to push. When I first started playing again sometime last week, I got whispered by somebody asking if I still needed help with the Barrow Downs because my Fellowship Finder button or group was still like up and active, I guess, and it didn't automatically close whenever I logged out. And so it was just sitting in the Finder for 3 years, which I thought was very funny. It's like, man, that guy has been waiting for a Great Barrow Dungeon forever. Oh look, there's Dunedain guys over here. I think I can go this way to get where I need to go. Unless I can't, and then it blocks me with an invisible wall. I am excited to see more of the content that this game has to offer because it does interest me greatly, and I do enjoy like the world that they've crafted. It feels very faithful to the books and in some regards the movies. And I've heard that while it's not quite the exact same as, say, World of Warcraft, the endgame content is still quite good, which is something that I'm very excited to give a look at eventually. I know that this game is not like World of Warcraft in the sense that, like, you're looking to do end-game content very quickly. Because I do know that the max level is like 160, which is insanely high. But so far, I've been enjoying like all of the little stories in each of the zones that I've done. I finished out. Hell, I don't think I'd be able to accurately recall all of that I've done on this guy. I've done like the Brandy Buck ones. I've done the. Oh, what's this dude? That's the one that I pulled before. I need to avoid him. Most people that I see just starting out want to play it like WoW and Rush. I want to see it, but it's not something that I intend on trying to rush for, because it's, if I do, then it's just going to burn me out. Simply because of the fact that there's so much content to do, along with the fact that the levels that you need to obtain to reach that point is like astronomically high compared to just playing the game and having fun. I'm excited to see what kind of stuff I can get my character to do, because my character is, I think, pretty good at the moment. Let's go ahead and do this. This is going to be hard. Oh no, I killed almost all of them. We will revive for free. Whack. We're a Callaway, you let me down. Rushing will burn folks out, which is why I think a lot of folks that come from faster paced games flash out. I know that's what happened to me. Yeah. And rip indeed. Tragic, truly. I think if it was just the 3, I would have been fine, but unfortunate. Yeah, a lot of people, like, especially if they come from WoW, like you said, they want to play and they want to do the content at the end of the game. But I do think that at the very least, Latro does a pretty decent job of setting it up in such a way to where a lot of the content leading up to endgame is still very compelling. Like, some of my favorite questing that I've done in this game was in, I think it's called Lone Lands. Let me see. It's not the North Downs. It is the Lone Lands, yeah. I really liked the questing over here near Agamar and like Agarwin. I needed groups for it, and so I was just kind of standing around not really doing anything, and I still have a couple of quests there, as you can see, but I really liked the questing in this area. This zone was really, really cool and very fun. And then I also really liked the questing in the Great Forest in Bree. That was really cool. I did not care too much for the questing in like around Trestle Bridge into the North Downs. Didn't really like much of the questing that we did here, or that I did here. Fornost was kind of cool, but I think the problem that I ran into with Fornost was very similar to the Lone Lands. A lot of the content was like group dungeons, or not group dungeons, but like group quests, and so it was kind of slow paced, but it was not as thematically entertaining to me as the other ones were. But Lone Lands was really, really cool. That's the only area I still need to complete in Lone Lands. It is, I think, my favorite thematic area that I've found so far. I know that there's more than just that, but that for sure is one of my favorite looking areas in the game. Oh no, I aggroed it. Help me, the Wardens of Dunedain. Oh, Orichalway's a G. And now I'm pulling aggro because I'm too much of a G. I think it would have been easier to just kill it than having to kite it, because I think it took less damage. And of course you get to see Weathertop. Yeah, Weathertop was really cool. I think the questing around that area and just the general story of the Lone Lands was one of my favorites. Deed bestowed. What the hell? Well, that's unfortunate. The good news is Orichalwe is a G. I probably need to, at some point, read through what my skills do again. Because I'm not overly familiar anymore. Like, surely there's a dot and a hot somewhere. A dot, a hot, and a cot. There we go. Nice. Oh, those are the Gertherigs. Okay, shit. Well, that's unfortunate. Burn banners of the Iron Crown. I will not be doing that. As a captain, I couldn't tell you. Never played one. No, that's so real. The only ones that I've really put time into playing was Minstrels and the Burglar character that I've been leveling and I've been really having fun with. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I'm running. Orichalwe, you are on your own, buddy. I am gone. Holy shit. Holy shit. Where'd they all come from? That is ridiculous. Where did this guy come from? Maybe I ran a little bit too far ahead. My life for the glory of Angmar. Really, dude? Oh, that was a summon. Okay, cool. Alright, I think that is my sign that I need to go do other things and not be here anymore. So, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go to the Eve Spires. I'm actually going to untrack these for a little bit. Orichalwe's mission, Banners of the Iron Crown. We'll worry about that later when the time comes. We're going to do these, though, because these take me to Rivendell, and then I think these are going to be in Rivendell and the Trollshaws. That's in east of Tinydir beyond Ram Dwaith. Hang on, let me look. East beyond Ram Dwaith. Yeah, I think that's in the North Downs. That's fine. Alright, so we're going to go and teleport to the Eve Spires. We're going to go to Tinydir. And then I'm going to make the trek to go to the horse vendor in Breeland. I'm going to talk to a man about a horse. And then from there,
what can I do for you?
I will be able to go towards Rivendell. I'll be able to use my racial to go there, and then I'll be able to grab some quests. Or start doing the quests over there. Yeah, look, there's Lucifer. Oh, I also need to go to... Is there one here? I don't think there's one here. I also need to go to Bree so that I can get a VIP benefit vendor to give me the things. What does this guy have?
Hail, friend, and well met.
Loot strings of minor subtlety. Simple loot. These are for class deeds. Maybe I should grab these. Alright. And then we will repair all And I do have some stuff to sell. Well, hang on, wait a minute. I can do some deeds, I think. I think broken halberds are some of the tasks that they need. I need to pull these out. There we go. Alright, so it's not broken halberds. At all. We have new sword sheaths, which they don't need. Let's go ahead and see if I can't loot more. I cannot loot more. Broken long swords. I do know I need that for this one. Oh, wait, no. Oops. Man, I wasn't really getting much garbage off of those guys, was I? That is a-okay. We can at least do one of these. And I think most of the rest of these are pretty done. Destroy those lock boxes. We'll loot as many as I can. There we go. And then we'll do some vendoring. The provisioner is who I need. Paint, dust. I don't need the... I actually really do not need any of these reputation items. What is that? Oh, right, that's what I was wearing before. Okay, cool. I can just sell that. I don't need it. Tactical runestone. Where's the molly webbing on it, dude? Okay. Now that we've cleared up the inventory and the bags a little bit, we are going to double check this. Deeds bestowed, that's sick. And we are going to go towards Breland. Don't submit there if you already have full rep. Yeah. I just wanted to get rid of whatever I had in my bags. Let's see. Trestle Bridge. That's pretty close to where I need to be. 30 silver. Oh. My hands are so crunchy. Alright, where's this going to actually take me? I think it takes me into North Downs, then it's going to take me down, maybe. I did like the Fornost area in North Downs, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. But I do have to say a large majority of my time spent here was waiting. But I did like the zone and like the few dungeons that were around Fornost. I do have to admit, those were kind of sick. I may take some time to do some tailoring as well. And I also probably need to look at mailing my other alt character, like these woodworker scroll cases, and maybe... I don't think there's Forester... Not Forester. No, it is Forester. I don't think there's Forester scrolls that you can get, because it's a gathering profession. Oh, so I'll probably just mail my other character these items, because I don't have the shared inventory just yet. Yeah, I'm aware of the shared bank, I just don't have any tabs unlocked for it. I would purchase some tabs, but I have not gotten around to knowing what to spend my my free Latro points on. I guess the shared bank is probably as good a purchase as any, if I'm gonna spend it on anything, like account-wide upgrades and whatnot. Just dealing with a couple of messages. Anything that is account-wide is a good start. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured it would be. Very similar to Black Desert Online. BDO has a bunch of segments where like you can get account-wide upgrades as well as like character-specific upgrades. And some players will immediately rush for the character-specific ones and then get mad whenever they go to make another character. And they're like, what happened to the stuff I bought? And it's like, well, you see, there may have been a singular small detail that you may have missed whenever you went to go buy that upgrade that said character only. I'll always spend money on account storage if available. That's very fair. I know that there's like several account wides that you can get. There's like carry-alls, which, let's see, 50 different types of crafting items. I'm assuming this is for, I'm actually trying to think, is this for like your house and shit? Probably. There's character slots, inventory slots. These seem like it would be something that people would want to spend money on initially, but it is quite expensive from the looks of it. There's shared storage. 20 slots. The wardrobe space is kind of huge, actually. I'll eventually get them. And this is kind of taking me on the long scenic route, I guess. Indeed, man. Tra-la, tra-la, tra-lily, tra-la. That's right, Idaline. The carry-alls are kept on your character and it auto-collects whatever category the carry-all is. That's sick. Okay. No, that's fucking cool. And it has 50 slots for like 50 different pieces of unique items. That's sick. Okay. I think those are probably, like, if you're just gonna play like one character, I think those are probably something that I would spend a lot more money on. Because while I do have a burglar, I'm never really an altaholic. I think the burglar, it's this weird dichotomy that I have. It's like I wanted the minstrel to be my main, and while the minstrel is technically my main, I like to play it on stream for the most part. But my burglar, I just like to chill out and play him whenever I'm not streaming. And he's already like level 23. So I think at some point that guy will become my main. They can be put in shared storage so you can bounce it between characters. Okay, that's pretty sick. That's sick. I really like the idea of carry-alls, especially as somebody who has just a huge amount of crafting materials on my other characters in WoW. They introduced warband banks, which was really nice. So like those are basically shared storages, and like anything that isn't specifically character bound or like whichever can, or like, yeah, if it's not character bound or soul bound, then it can be put into the warband banks, which is really nice. But man, I wish we had carry-alls. The carry-alls sound like they're up my alley. Because you can get like you can get specifically crafting bags or crafting mat bags. Reagent bags is what they're called. But they are usually about the same size as regular bags, and with the amount of crafting materials that you can obtain in the game in general, it is one of those things that you're just never going to actually find as much use for, which is really disappointing. Let's see. I thought there was like, there is a workbench. I just want to see what kind of things in tailoring that I have currently. Like, what level is my tailor? Level 6. Oops. Okay, so I need to look at what I need to make some of this stuff. I can make brushed light leather. I need leather pads. I have a bunch of these. I need to mail these from my dude, my forester. Okay. The task ones are super useful, as is with the crafting carry-all. The best way to level up is to process things. Yeah. I need to get... that's what I was getting... Like, I'm already a master in apprentice forestry, and I'm already almost a master in... oh, what's the other... woodworking. I think I'm a master in working on apprentice and journeyman, actually, which is pretty sick. Item use succeeds. I clicked on something. Let me see. Light leather shavings. Brushed light leathers. Yeah, I'll send my guy brushed light leathers, but for now, we're going to find the other... Wait, where's he at? Getting distracted. There's the stable master. I need to go to Bree.
What you need?
West Bree is... Well, no. Henstacer Farm first. Then we'll go to Bree. The farm is going to be for my... I need to see a man about a horse. And then I will go to Bree to grab a couple of things. Ideally the VIP benefit things. Because I have them on my burglar, but I don't have them on this guy. Having access to remote storage and remote vendors is quite nice. Dealing with a message of mine. Cat, you were like in my lap and you're making me hot, dude. Like, you're just a little furnace. He's napping and he's like, I don't give a shit. I'm so close to level 41 as well. Enhanced XP supply. Oh, I'm too busy to do that right now, Wack. I'm always curious to learn, like, what parts of this game are people's favorites, like other people's favorites. Because, like, surely there's sections or expansions that are either better objectively or just subjectively somebody's favorite. Like, for instance, for me, from World of Warcraft... Ooh. Excuse me, I was yawning. I really prefer Legion, because that's where I met my partner from, or partner in, rather. We were both playing WoW, and she raided with us. And then I'm also very partial to the War Within and, like, the last expansion, and honestly Midnight, the most expansion. I really like those, the most recent ones, not because, like, they're better than the other ones, but simply because, like, the people that I've surrounded myself with and, like, the guildies that I get to play with have made the game way, way more enjoyable than I think if I had not played with them.
How may I help you?
Boo! I need to prove my quality.
Stay a moment.
I gotta do this quest. I gotta see a man about a horse. I know most people loathe Moria. What's the reason that they hate Moria? You can agree that a game is whatever, it's all about the people you play with. Absolutely. I don't think that I would have played The War Within or Midnight nearly as much as if I had played alone. But, like, I'm very, very happy with the people that I've, like, surrounded myself with and played. Because, like, I put together a guild back in Dragonflight at the very beginning of Dragonflight, maybe the ass end of Shadowlands, to try and get, like, a raiding group together for Dragonflight. And I had one going, and I had even mentioned to everybody who joined, I was like, hey, this is going to be a more casual experience. We're going to be doing just normal and just heroic. It'll be fine. Like, if we end up running into issues where, like, we have to bench somebody, we will, but, like, I don't foresee that being a problem. And literally the first raid night, after we kill, like, 5 out of 8 bosses, or whatever, on normal, I get, like, 4 or 5 whispers from 2 different people saying, hey, we're gonna have some problems if we don't fix this, if, like, we don't have these people perform better. And I was just sitting there going, dude, it's the first night. How are you gonna be talking like this on the first night of raiding? Like, what are you talking about? And needless to say, that group did not last very long. But the current guild that I put together for The War Within, that's been going really strong. Like, I put together a group comprising of, like, maybe 15-ish people, and we've had the same roster minus 2 to 3 people since the beginning of War Within, all the way to now. So it's going really, really strong. Moria's all underground, so it's only dark and creepy. That's pretty fair. I can see why that wouldn't be a fan favorite. I loved WoW in the beginning of Wrath and never really went back. Now the WoW community just isn't my cup of tea. The WoW community is really not dichotomizing. It's very estranging depending on like where at you are. Because like, if you're playing at high-end content and you don't have a guild, and by high-end content I mean like heroic and up, like if you want to do heroic raiding, you typically need a group. You can do it without a group, but you typically need one. Let's do a blood-based deed. Let's do that one. And so you typically need a group to go with heroic. You can pug it. It's harder to pug because it's heroic and it's like more mechanics that most people just have trouble doing. And on top of that, you also have issues where like the people that you do end up pugging it with are going to be very impatient. They're not going to be very welcoming. They're not going to be very like intending to help you. They're not going to be very helpful. Whereas when it comes to, we're just gonna, there we go. We're gonna use a horse master for this one, or a stable master. And so like if you don't know the fights and you are trying to learn and you're new, they're very abusive, and they're like, why wouldn't you just watch a video, or why wouldn't you read a guide? It's like, why would you waste our time for it? And it's like, well, you can read a guide and you can watch a video, but doing it is completely different from those. When I get the itch, my buddy and I just return to my Wrath server. We use bots to fill out the group and run raids with. No sweaty people, no complaining. We gave loot to that person. That's very fair. That's something that like I just don't grasp a lot. And there's a really good video by a YouTube channel called Folding Ideas that they've done 2 World of Warcraft videos. And one of them is my all-time favorite, and it's called Why It's Rude to Be Bad at Warcraft. And it's where they kind of do like a video essay. It's like an hour long or something, wherein they talk about all of the little different social intricacies surrounding World of Warcraft and why it's quote-unquote considered bad manners to not be good at the game. And it covers a lot of instances in the WoW community that, as somebody who's played WoW for so long, I'm very intimately familiar with, and it was very, very for me it was very entertaining. It wasn't necessarily eye-opening because I've already known all about it, but it was a little bit more eye-opening when it came to like the classic version of WoW, like the re-released versions, because it's like, when it comes to those versions, I've always never really been interested in playing them, simply because they all felt like they were a worse, inferior version of the game that I wanted to play. And so it's like, if you like Wrath, why would you go back and just do classic, like vanilla, where before any of the expansions dropped, right? Like, it wouldn't feel as good. Like, if your main was a Death Knight, why wouldn't you want to play in the version of the game that had Death Knights as available classes to play? And that's kind of what it feels like to me to go back and play the old versions. But then I did play the old versions with a buddy of mine just to kind of play with a buddy of mine. And I was very turned off because at the time, he was very adamant that the quote-unquote classic community is better than retail's community because you have to group up and you have to be willing to be social or more social, because you don't get handheld into groups, basically, right? Like, you have to go do this or else you just don't get to do some of the quests. And I was like, okay, that's fair. That feels a little artificial now, but it fair. And so I went to go play it when it first released, and this was back when they were like super #no changes. And so I started to play, and I saw one dude in Elwyn Forest say, I'm really enjoying the game, but I wish that they would make it so that your quests would automatically track in the quest tracker, in the quest journal. And immediately he had like 4 or 5 people calling him a baby player and that he needs to go back to baby WoW if he can't handle something like this. And it's like, bro, you're playing a 20-year-old game and you're most likely using add-ons anyway so that you can have an automatic quest tracker. Like, you are not holier than thou. Both communities are harsh and elitist. That's why I don't play. I'm too old to deal with the trash people. Yeah, and it's what really bothers me about like the people who are super elitist and harsh in the I don't need that because I already have it on my rogue. The thing that like really bothers me about the communities being harsh and elitist in classic servers for WoW is that it's like this is a 20-year-old game. It's not hard. It is not hard content. It's not difficult. It is not mechanically like insane to do. The hardest part about classic WoW is the amount of time that it takes to level up, and then following that, it's the amount of time that it takes to find and then maintain 39 other adults to play a video game for like 2 to 3 hours a night. And so it's like the game's not hard. It's not difficult to play and difficult to do. And yet people will gatekeep it as if it is, and it's like it's really not that deep. You're pressing Frostbolt every single time that it's off of GCD until the boss is dead. It's not hard content. And people act like when you say that it's not hard content, you're somehow attacking them personally. It's like, no, it's just not a hard game. And that's what something that like that video that I mentioned before goes into by Folding Ideas, why it's bad to suck at Warcraft. Like the idea behind classic WoW is there isn't hard content. There isn't. And so the way that you delineate a good player from a bad player when there's nothing that is mechanically difficult to do is how fast can you do it. And so if you can clear Hellfire, or not Hellfire Citadel, if you can clear Molten Core, and then you can clear Blackwing Lair, and then you can clear Onyxia's Lair, and then you can clear AQ40 all in like 3 hours, that makes you a quote-unquote good player, because everyone else is going to take 3 days to do it instead of just 3 hours. It's like, okay, but why are we doing it in such a way to where we want to clear the content in 3 hours? I thought we wanted to play the game. You know, and it's like, damn. Thank you for taking my 1%. Thank you for taking my 1%. That's right. Kirasan knows. If you're unplugged in the realm of World of Warcraft and like classic WoW, then you'll have missed the meme that he's talking about. But I think it's very funny. And it's it is some dude doing something in fucking Naxxramas, and I guess they were going to get like a top parse or something, and somebody didn't push a button or a buff and they lost their 1% parse. It's like, man, you need to cool down. I don't think you have the blood pressure of you doing this. Even if I wanted to play, I have to wade through tons of harsh personalities in hopes I find people that just want to play the game. LATRA community does feel more welcoming, but I think that is because most are people just wanting to play the game. There are very few elitist personalities I've encountered. With each passing year, I've become less and less interested in MMOs and more interested in finding that community of 10 to 20 people that want to play Enshrouded, Return to Moria, or those types of games. That's very fair. That's very real. That's why I think that I'm very pleased with the guild that I've put together for WoW, because it's like, we don't really have any loot drama. We don't really have any like actual drama surrounding raids or content. We have some minor issues when it comes to like, now where'd that button go? Where did it go? Return to Rivendell. Because I gotta go to Rivendell. We have some minor issues when it comes to like where loot, like how often people get loot, primarily because several people will do mythic pluses and they'll get really good gear, and so we're trying to maintain that everybody gets loot from raids, but then it's really hard to justify it going to somebody who's already like 280 like almost max eye level. Am I not using that button? There it is. We'll put you right there on the side. Panther, you're in the way. Speak for yourself, I've gone through 3 keyboards. I've almost gone through 3 keyboards too. The first keyboard is my Razer Black Widow, and Jade fucking hates it. She hates the sound it makes when I type. I've gone through this Ducky 1 keyboard because it just double types A, like several different keys now, and I can't fix it. It's just a problem with the Ducky 1 keyboards. And then I've also gone through an $8 Target keyboard Oh shit, it's the main characters. It's Gimli. And my axe. Alright, Aragorn, what the fuck do you want me to do? Book 4 and Book 6. What am I currently on? Hang on. I need to look at my quests really quick. There's Numinas, there's Evendim, there's Breland. Man, have I not done these? I thought I've done these. That's crazy work. Okay, I can return to Ray Thistleblur, talk to Lolo Windingway, Rob Thornley. Oh, I haven't found him? Shit. I will do those later. That is not what I'm doing right now. But yeah, for the most part, like, we don't have any loot drama. We don't have any, like, issues in regards to, like, actual regular drama. The only problem that we end up actually having is just, like, how are we killing the boss in the raid? Because some of the bosses are really difficult, and a lot of it is, like, personal attempts at trying to figure out where to improve on the fight. Like, how do we fix this mechanic? How do we deal with it? A lot of it's positional. One of the bosses is a memory game mechanic that I have trouble with all the time, and I'm the raid leader, which is not great. I've gone with Corsair for the past 5 years or so. The keyboards are great, but the Scimitar has issues. I still use it because it's really the best MMO mouse available. That's very fair. I'm currently using the Razer Naga Trinity mouse because I just like it. I like the ability to do it's called hyper shifting, and I like the ability to do that. Like, I have a Razer Tartarus keypad, and it has like 20 buttons, but it's got 40 with the hyper shift, which is really nice. Oop, there's an ad, so we'll just chill. Oh, hey Mace, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you were in the multi-chat. I don't know if you're still there. It's a whole lot of task failed successfully. Hell yeah, dude. Sidepoint is agreeing in a different way. I think the measure of a good player versus a bad player in Classic WoW is their efficiency, not necessarily their speed, but how they play. Each situation requires different gear pieces. Also, did they do a proper rotation? How much damage did they mitigate? Deal. The game is easy, but that means playing it badly doesn't keep you from playing. That's very fair. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, at least with Classic WoW, the biggest problem that I have with it is, like, the people who gatekeep it seem to be gatekeeping it in a way that is almost illogical or unlogical, I guess. And so it's like, I think that even if you're quote-unquote bad at the game, it's easy enough to where if people were to just be a little bit more lenient with whether or not they play with somebody who's not perfect, I think it would be easier for them to improve overall, which I do think is something that is, like, important. We can turn off the ad break now. I don't actually know which book I'm in. And I guess I could look at the completed tasks, right? Can I filter that way? Show completed. Okay, there's Epic, Volume 1 Prologue. There's Volume 1, Book 2. I've finished all of these, I guess. Okay, so I need Book 3. I've done Book 1. Yeah, that's Book 1. Volume 1, Book 3. I need Volume... Let's see, there's Book 4. Where's Book 3 at? There's this dude. So I'm not going to get the quest from that guy yet. You won't see me raiding any longer. I'm much more content with helping out with gathering, crafting, slogging through dungeons, or just BSing in Discord. That's so real. We have several people who are just dungeon Andes in the WoW guild that I'm in, and that's not too bad. Where do I get Book 3 at? I'm Googling it. I gotta Google it. I don't know where it's at. Volume 1, Book 3. Volume 1, Book 3, Latro. Alright, forward, fires in the north. That is optional, but I do want to do it. Frederick the Elder in Ostgaruth. Okay. So I think that's in Evandon, isn't it? No, that's Ostheron. Ostfarad. Where's Ostgaruth? It's not in the Shire for sure. Ostbaranor. Skirmish Camp. There's a bunch of stuff in Chetwood that I've not found. Ostgaruth. Let me look where that is. In the Lone Lands. Okay, so I need to go there. Well, hell. I just teleported over here. Shit. Okay. So we gotta go to the Lone Lands. Does Latro have raids? Yeah. Yeah, it's got raids. I don't know if they're the same, like, level of raids as, like, WoW has. I don't know if they have specifically, like, 40-man or up to 15 or 20-man raids, but I do know for sure that they have raids. I think currently the raids are, like... I think something about caves and hold, palace. Those might also just be dungeons. But I do know that they have raids. They've got a bunch of dungeons, they've got a bunch of, like, solo player content. This game is very similar. I think it might be... I don't know if it would be fully up your alley, Mace, but it might be. Because, like, it's very much about the journey as opposed to the destination, like what Classic is. But the problem is... it is very similar to Classic WoW, wherein it will take you a while to get to max level. Raids are 24 person? Okay. So there's 24 people raids that you can play, which is pretty sick. I don't know what level they unlock, because I do know that you can do some content without getting to max level. But max level is like 160. And I've been playing... there is a /played, so let me see how long I've been playing this character. I've been playing this character for 3 days, 4 hours, and 28 minutes, and I'm only level 40. So... it does take a while. Alright, I need to go to... this is all in the Troll Shaws. Where am I at? Let's see. This is the Troll Shaws. This would get me to Tornad. I need to go to the last bridge. Ostgaruth. Alright, so from the last bridge, that's where I need to go. Let's just swift travel, fuck it. I cannot swift travel to it because I have never been there. Well, shit. With summer here, now all my friends are out with their families on vacations. The gaming for me now is tinkering in Latro, playing through a league in OOTP, and playing with AI trying to vibe code a game. I would say they're on par with what WoW has. Not today. They haven't really focused on rating in their development from what I understand. Are not on par, rather. Okay, I gotcha. I'm sure they're still fun to do. I think that a large majority of the, like, appeal to this game is going to be... wait, I have quests over here. But I need to go pick up that other quest. Damn, there's so much that I need to do here. I would say the large appeal to Latro, at least for me, is definitely going to be, like, just kind of exploring and getting to see what all there is to do. Because there's so much to do in this game that it's actually nuts. But it's also been around for, you know, 19 years. So it's kind of obligatory that it has... if it's been around that long, it's got a lot of content to do. And since I'm a new player, it should be that I have a lot to do. So I don't necessarily think that's overly surprising, but I think that a huge appeal, at least for me in terms of Latro, is definitely that there's a lot of questing, there's a lot of stories. If you enjoyed Lord of the Rings, from what I understand, from what I've read on Reddit, this game is in the same timeline as the books and the movies, and I don't believe that they've passed that timeline yet. So I'm pretty sure all of the, like, in the timeline of the game, it's all in the same timeline as the movies and the books. And you are not necessarily adventuring with Frodo and Aragorn and stuff. You'll interact with them and you'll take quests from them sometimes, but like your story is not theirs. And so you will be doing a lot of like side quests. And by side quests, I mean you'll be doing main quests and stuff, but a lot of the main quests that you're doing are adventures adjacent to, but not directly related to, those of the actual original fellowship with Frodo and Aragorn and stuff. Watro is the end of the third age. It won't go any further. Yeah. Rivendell Sentinel. They are building the world, new zones, new quests. Yeah. I know that they had some... the last time that I played, they had the expansion where the Corsair was released. I don't know what the name of the expansion is. I'm sure if I go into the Latro store, it would tell me. Deed bestowed. The road to Rivendell. Quest accepted. Be the cameraman for the Helm's Deep battle scene. Yeah. There's some stuff that you can do there. They added the Mariner class. Hell yeah. The game is huge. Like, this is just like the main vanilla area, I believe. And then, let me make sure I'm not gonna get jumped by some bear that's like level 60. So like, you can start off in either Breland as a human and the Shire as a hobbit, over in Arid Loon as an elf. Where is it at? I think, not Foreshall. I think you also start as a dwarf over here, because there's Thorin's Gate and Thorin's Hall and stuff. There's player housing. You can go to all kinds of different areas, but then from here you also get to go to Gondor somewhere, which is over here. You have Gondor that you can go play through. You have Rovanion, which is like the North Mirkwood and stuff. You have the Misty Mountains and Moria, the Mines of Moria. You have Erebor, the Lonely Mountain. I don't think you can go into Erebor, maybe. There's the Grey Mountains. There's South Mirkwood. That's kind of sick. But yeah, the game's huge. You have Mordor, you have Gondor, Rohan. You have the Herodwaith. I think Herodwaith is the newest expansion that they've released. So you have Herodwaith, you have Umbar, and you have the Shield Isles. It's huge. It's a huge game, man. If you play Mace, I am on the Glamdring server. It should be free to play and free to like join and stuff, so you shouldn't be like too ruined in that regard. And it does have a optional subscription, which is a similar price to WoW. So that's kind of what I've been doing. But it's pretty large. It's a pretty good game. There's a bunch of professions that you can do. There's transmog. That's down where the elephants are? Yeah. There is housing in Erebor. That's pretty sick. You can visit Minas Tirith. Hell yeah, dude. It is worth checking out, especially if you're a fan of The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, for sure. I've been playing this off and on since 2020, or not 2020, but since like 2018 when I first saw it, and I wanted to give it a try. But I was much more interested in WoW at the time. And I'm still very interested in WoW, but I've just been much busier with WoW before. Because I was wanting to do like mythic raids and stuff. Am I still on the road? I am. Try not to get attacked by these giant people-sized mosquitoes. And the housing's not, like, something that you can't realistically get into either. I think, like, the cheapest houses are, like, 500 to 900 silver or something like that, which are very easy to get as you level up to, like, level 10 or 15. I think you can get to level 15 in maybe a few hours, and then you can buy a house pretty much immediately if you've got the funds for it. I think that you would like the questing aspect of it all, and just the whole, it's the journey, not the destination bit. Because a lot of the dungeons that I've understood are they're not necessarily like, they're not like WoW dungeons wherein, you know, you'll do them over and over and over again for like a singular piece of loot. They're mostly there for... Why does this bear have a quest for me? What the hell? Oh, it's for the blankets. I don't think I have this quest though. But the dungeons and stuff are like more so experiencing the stories. There is loot for you to get out of the dungeons, but like they're set up in such a way to where it's more about the story. I think similar to how like classic WoW was. You've been playing WoW, some WoW when you have time and feel like it. You log in and suffer through a pug BRD. It takes hours. Oh no. We were trying to do a hell, I think the last raid that I tried to pug was the final raid for the last expansion in the War Within on Dementius. That shit was so awful. We tried to pug Dementius, the final raid boss, and it was just not... It was like a masochistic endeavor. Because the pugs just weren't unable to do the mechanics, even though they were, like, for the most part, pretty simple. And it was like maybe... Shit, maybe 2 or 4 months before Midnight dropped, so it was the end of the tier. We had already gotten our AOTC maybe a couple of months prior to this, and it was just such a slog. We would fail the mechanic one time, we would have 4 people leave, and then we would get another 4 or 5 people, and then another person would fail the mechanic somehow, and then 3 more people would leave, and it's like, man... Just a series of short-lived tragedies. I had one... Oh my god, I didn't tell you about this one, Mace, but like I had one fucking... I was doing a Mythic +7 Algathar's Academy sometime last week or the week before, and there's a mechanic on the first boss, or on a boss that you can do first for the tree boss. It's called Germinate. And as he's casting it, there will be AoEs that spawn underneath your feet, and you're supposed to rotate together as a group around the boss so that you don't get hit by all of the AoE. And then once the AoE is done, it spawns a seed that you need to kill. And so the tactic is for everybody to stack on top of the boss, and then as the mechanic hits, you're supposed to all rotate to the left in a tight stack so that you can just AoE all of those seeds down. And we did that, but we didn't do it as perfectly as the healer wanted, I suppose. And so the healer just puts in a single frowny face into the chat and then goes, after we kill it, by the way, because it wasn't a problem, after we kill the boss, he goes, if we're not going to do the mechanics, I don't want to do this. And then he just puts another frowny face, and I'm like, okay, well, that's a red flag. And we get into... We start towards the second boss, and I realize we're dangerously low HP all the fucking time. And I'm like, is the healer just like not able to keep up? Because we are doing kind of big pulls. And then it comes out that halfway through the dungeon, I finally look at the healer, like the healer damage meter or the healer meter. This man has only been pushing his 2 hots as a druid. That's all he's been pushing. He's been pushing his 2 hots. I think it's like regrowth and renew. And that's all he's been pushing for the last like 15 minutes of this dungeon. And it's like, dude, if you didn't want to do this key, you could have just left. Or even better yet, you could have just healed the key and we would have been done by now. Like... And I'm assuming that he decided to punish us by not healing the key because we didn't do the mechanic perfectly in a +7. Which is nuts, because the +7 is the easiest key that he would have had all day, probably. Because, like, we had 3 of our mains from Heroic Raid in there, and so we were straight pumping. But we can't live through a boss if we're not going to get healed. And it's like, man... Truly an awful experience and an awful time. And I'm only furthering David Bronzebeard's take that, you know, we just shouldn't deal with people like that. And it's weird because he didn't say anything the entire dungeon also. Which is like, man, at least say something. At least say how much shit we are, you know? But we completed the key. We did not time it. We completed it. We got a +7 in the vault. And that guy got to go his merry way with like 3 reports because he decided to grief. It was just such a weird experience. And that's like the only one I've had this expansion in a midnight. But speaking of weird people, I did see somebody who I'm sure was doing a bit in Latro. They had to have been doing a bit. I can't imagine they weren't doing a bit. But there was a dude in Latro who was like killing mobs that were just a little bit too high level, and so the game was considering him as getting outside help from, not outside help, but like assistance from a higher level player. And so he wasn't getting loot from the ads because he was killing them at too high a level. And then he was like, well, I don't know where to go to level. And so several people were like, well, you should probably, if you're gonna do those, or if you want to do harder content, you should group up and then do that. You can do dungeons and instances and stuff. And then he goes and has the wildest take as to why he doesn't group up. And that is because they try to kill him as a player. They try to attack him, which you can't do. There isn't like toggleable PvP like there is in WoW. And that they will quote unquote attack my I.P. like IP, like internet protocol. And it's like, what? It had to have been a bit, because it's like, it's either a bit or he has a drastically bad understanding of how online video gaming works. But man, it was a character. It was like, man, you gotta, I don't know what you gotta do, but whatever the opposite of that is a good indicator as to what you should be doing. The internet, man, always entertaining, truly. Book 3, forward, fires in the north. That's what I needed to do. All right. A message from a man, capitalized. And then a bunch of these quests. These are level 27. I don't need to do these anymore. But let's look at them. Yeah, we will do the book 3. That's what we're gonna do. They'll scam my IP. I think that's what he was trying to say, man. But it's like, what the hell are you talking about? Lone Lands reflecting pool. What does this do? Oh, you get to do the, you get to redo the quests. That's cool. All right. Where is, I don't need that one. Hang on. Volume 1, Book 3. That's what I need. There it is. That's where we're gonna go. Oh, he's all the way over here. Damn. Okay. I think I have the stable master unlocked over there, so it shouldn't take too long. I will say, one of your favorite aspects of this one, well, maybe, of Latro will be the fact that there is a Candace encampment is where I need to go. Yes. Travel for free? Not even for like a silver? There's a world chat in this game is what I was gonna say. So it's not quite Baron's chat, but there's a world chat. So wherever you're at, you get to read about the characters going on. You'll get to read about the IP scams as they come in.
How can I be of service?
Alright. Estelden sends word that you are to go there and meet with Halbarad. Please hurry, for the orc fires burn hot and strong, and each moment we waste is another opportunity for the enemy. Okay, buddy. Where am I going? Well, that didn't really help, did it? I need to, like, track all of this stuff, except for this. There we go. Let's see. To the north? It's not in North Downs, is it? Estelden. I think I need to go to Estelden, don't I? Yep. In the North Downs, north of Meluinen. Okay. Yep, we gotta go to North Downs. Show me your travel locations. Oh, I can just go to Estelden. Sick. That makes this way easier. I was gonna get my shit scammed, man. My IP was gonna get scammed. I think I started this quest at some point, and then I was like, something had happened to where I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I can't remember. Maybe it was too high eye level, or too high level.
Would you do something for me?
Level 29. I don't need that. Let's look at the shop though,
How
man.
may I help you? How may I help you today?
This guy's got more of the same. The light armor smith. That's who I needed. Oh, let's see if they have any cool cloaks. I think they all look the same, probably. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. They got shapes. Okay, hang on, wait a minute. We can get some drip. We can get some drip. What about the shoulders? They're not the shoulders, but the chest piece. The shoes are gonna look awful, I bet. All the helmets look the same. Gonna get a hooded cloak, okay. We gotta fix our drip. That's what we're doing. Cloth robe with the hooded cloak, I think, goes pretty hard. Man, just 5 of the same cloth hats. Alright, I think we're gonna buy the hooded cloak with this cloth robe. And then these quilted shoulders, maybe? Oh wait, I have to equip an outfit first. I have to first equip it, and then I can do it. I forget. Right, right. There we go. I think I was wearing outfit 2. And now let's see what those shoulders look like. Yeah, why not? Let's grab those. Perfect. Sick. Alright, now where is this book 3 quest? It's this way. I may need to break for a few minutes to get more coffee, though. but we will sort that out when we get there. I don't think I need to do any more of these specific quests except for this book 3 one. And then once this book 3 quest is finished up, we'll go to wherever it takes us. Because I do want to do those book 4 and 6 ones from Aragorn, but obviously I need to finish this out first. Book 3, hell yeah, dude. Word is spread about the help you have given the Rangers to the south. Here in the northern lands, we need your help now more than ever. Well, hail. While the eyes of Estelden have been turned to the east, news from west and south tells me that the enemy is moving on many fronts. I fear that the strength of Estelden is nearly spent, and alone we cannot face this greater threat. Travel to Minstrel, a ranger who camps on the fields of Fornos to the west, and ask for his aid. Alright, dude. That's chill. I highly suggest you invest in a pit boss smoker grill. Everything I have cooked on it so far has been chef's kiss. That's pretty sick, dude. Is it a Blackstone or is it... I guess Pit Boss would be the brand name, wouldn't it? I would get... I don't even know if I would want a grill or like a smoker, because it's one of those, like... I don't really do a whole lot of food like that, but I do think that it would probably be something that I could experiment with and just try. Wait, where the hell am I going? Towards Fornost, okay. What's the last thing you cooked on it, man? It sounds good. It sounds like you've got some pretty good stuff on it. Lately, we've just had a, I'm trying to think. We've just been doing, like, I guess normal recipes and shit using our regular stovetop cast iron griddle, cast iron skillet, and the, oh hell, the air fryer that we have. That's what it is. Burgers, hot dogs, pork steak, ribs. It's all been good? Hell yeah, dude. Are you like, I'm trying to fucking think. You turn it on, put the food on there, and let it cook until it's done? Oh, so it's like a smart cooker, so it's got its own like, thresholds and stuff. That's really cool. Yeah, I usually just go to the stove and, like, if it's a steak or something, I'll cook it in the cast iron skillet, and I'll cook it on the stove that way. I've been getting a little bit better at it. I gotta kind of finagle it sometimes because it's like not super finicky, but it's finicky enough to where I gotta do, like, I gotta bring it up to room temp, and then I gotta put it in there. I've gotta time each side to make sure that it gets to medium rare where I want it. It's not too terrible, but it is like, it is not low effort. It's not something where I can just set it and forget it, unfortunately. It's a pellet smoker, so it has a hopper that feeds pellets in at a certain rate. Keep the temp where you set it. That's sick. Okay. Is it the, like, the enameled green eggshell one? Or is it, like, a different one that is similar? $2.25 for burgers and hot dogs, and they cook about an hour? That's sick. I had a coworker bring in some smoked chicken legs a couple of weeks ago, and they were really good. They were exceptional. So I may have to look at getting a smoker at some point. I thought I'd put together... Oh wait, no, that was for my burglar. I was trying to do the Weeping Willow or whatever. The Woeful Willow instance. Whatever it's called. I've got a couple of other buddies who, like, speak very highly of the like the Traeger grills. I've never actually used or I've never used a Traeger grill, and I think the only grill that I've ever really used was the shitty Walmart charcoal grill that we had growing up. Sent a picture of it on disc. Let me check. I think I'm close. Yeah. Let me get to this camp so I'm not getting shit on by monsters. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, that's sick. Let me see. There's one that I was not looking at getting. Let me see. Yeah, it's these things. These are what I was like envisioning in my head. I'm sending you a picture as well. Those things are a bit too Ricklered, but those are what I was envisioning in my head when you said that you had like a smoker or a pellet smoker. I think I've seen like those specific ones like out in the wild sometimes. Yeah, I did not think they were as expensive when I just sent you that website. I thought they were maybe like maximum $400. And they are fucking not. They are 2 to 3 times that, which is insane to me. 3 to 4 times that, I would say. $5.30? Hell yeah. Did you get it at Rural King, or did you get that like elsewhere? 55 burgers, 9 racks of ribs, or 8 chickens according to the box. Well, you gotta try and fit 10 chickens in there. At least 9 chickens. You have to refute the box. You gotta get your $530 out of it, man. You have to fit 9 chickens in there. Uh-oh. A little bit of rubber banding. Uh-oh. A little bit of rubber banding. I'm going the wrong way. Walmart? Hell yeah, dude. Damn, this is not a good enough cloak, Sag. Norbury Gates and defeat wargs at Norbury Gates. That's chapter 2. That's pretty sick, though. I'm glad to hear that you're able to cook really good food on that. I think the most expensive, like, piece of cookware or cooking utensil that I've purchased recently, and by recently I mean like in the last 2 or 3 years, was a Le Creuset or a Le Creuset Dutch oven. It's an enameled Dutch oven. And I've used that for so many stews and soups. Stews, soups. I've used it to like make pot roast and stuff several times. It's really nice. We have that Le Creuset Dutch oven. It's excellent. Yeah, it's really good. It is so easy to clean. It is so easy to take care of. You don't have to season it. You don't have to do anything to it except not use like metal utensils with it. It's sick. It cooks things really nice. It cooks bread really nice. I've made bread in it like several dozen times. So many loaves of sourdough has been baked in that thing. It's awesome. I want to get one of their enameled cast iron skillets, but it's like $300. Hey, Karate, how's it going, man? Holy, this game is still active. I'm surprised. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's still going, man. Oh yeah, these are the wargs I gotta kill. They were gray, so I was just ignoring them. Are these the guys? I think these are the guys that I gotta kill. I haven't played this in a long time. How long has it been since you played it, man? It's still active? It's still got a bunch of people playing? Okay, so these do count. Panther, do you want it in my lap? Come here, buddy. Come here. My cat is trying to situate himself off of my desk. Last time I played was 2015? Really? Damn. It's been a minute. Now, I can't say for sure, like, all of the changes it's gone through, but they've had several expansions released. I don't know how large the map was in 2015, but it is now quite large. You've got Rohan, Gondor, Mordor, Herodwaith. You've got a bunch of places to go. Been super active on your main MMO? What's that? You may have to start something on Glamdring? Hell yeah, dude. How many? Oh, 5 logs of you? I can send that to my forester. I need one more warg and one more orc. There's a warg. Hopefully that'll count. It might not count. Oh no, it did. Thank God. SWTOR? Okay. Hell yeah. I played a little bit of SWTOR. A buddy of mine and I played it for a little bit. One of my favorite one of my favorite jokes that they made was in SWTOR. I think they played it for a little bit longer than I did, but they wanted to do raiding, and I think they tried to get into it in raid, but then they needed to like sub for it, and they ended up not playing. You sent grill pics on Snapchat? Hell yeah, dude. I'll check those out here in a minute. I have easy like 4,000 hours in SWTOR. Hell yeah, dude. I'm in a similar boat with WoW. I've got like something like 51 to 5,600 hours in WoW. I'll have to double check. On just like one character, mind you. Could never get into WoW. That's pretty fair. WoW is, if you're into SWTOR, it's very not as narratively driven, especially these days. I know that SWTOR's biggest draw is the fact that you get to experience all of those like rich stories, and it's very good stories. Combined with like from what I understand and from what I've played, they were pretty decent dungeons and pretty decent raids. SWTOR is a fun game. I enjoyed it, but sadly none of my friends got into it and stayed. That's kind of where I was. I liked it. It played enough like WoW to where I enjoyed playing it, but like none of my friends aside from Mace played it, and so it was just kind of not as compelling. I'd like to do SWTOR for a while and then bang through the story for it. Always heard it's a good story. I've heard exceptional things about the story for it, like exceptional things, and so it is something that I would like to put a little bit of like effort into playing at some point, but. Can I not use the horse? Sag. But it's kind of juggling between Lotro and WoW and just chilling out for the most part. So it's on the back burner for sure. Now I gotta go all the way back. My favorite class is a Chiss Imperial Agent who flirts with everyone to get what she wants. That's badass. Instead of these aren't the droids you're looking for, you're like, instead, how would you like to flirt with me instead? It's like, these are the droids you're looking for, but am I attractive enough for you to ignore that? Your main game all around is Arma 3? That's really good. I played a little bit of Arma 3, but I could never really get like super into it. I think it was like, and it's also now even these days, like the tactical shooter aspect of it is what's really hard for me to wrap my brain around. Not in the sense that like, and I'm trying to like word it properly, because it's not that it's a tactical shooter or a mil sim that gets me. I think it's the fact that if I'm going to play a shooter game, I want it to be more arcadey I don't want to take too long between deaths to get back into the action. And that's definitely one of the reasons why I don't really get into... I played a little bit of... I think it's called Foxhole. I played a little bit of that game, but I couldn't really grasp too much into it because I didn't like to wait between deaths too often. Which is a purely me problem. It is not an issue with the game, it's just a me issue. On your main, you have about 7,000 hours, and your other has like 4K? That's nuts. Do miss those guys. Don't think I was ever good at Arma 3, but I got to hang out with vets again. I'm sure that's probably a really huge aspect to it. I've seen those videos of, I think it's Arma Reforger, of that dude who flies the little bird helicopter without shoes on. And he just does like super huge like maneuvers, and all he's doing is like he's flipping the little bird upside down and shit. Let me check out those pictures that Mace sent me really quick. Damn. Big old rack of ribs. Nice, you got the burger dimple in the middle. Sick. Damn, 4 steaks? How many burgers is that, dude? What is that? Fucking 4, 8, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19? What are you cooking 20, 19, what are you cooking 20 burgers for? That's nuts. That's sick, dude. Foxhole was cool. Requires too much playtime for a full-time worker. It's really hard for me. Like, I enjoy the I'm trying to think. In theory, I enjoy that game so much, and it's the same reason why I, in theory, enjoyed EVE Online so much, because it was the full community aspect of it, I think, where the whole system from the bottom up was player generated, and it was like player built and player driven. That's really, really, really cool to me. But then getting into it, and it's like, hey, you have to do chores for you have to do chores for an entire day before you get to go do something else. It's like, well, shit. It was the Mother's Day's cook? Hell yeah, dude. That makes sense. I hope that you guys had a good Mother's Day. I'm sure that you had a good one with 20 plus burgers and 4 steaks and however many sausages. Usually working 7 to 12s a couple months at a time, so I barely have any time anymore. Dude, that's nuts. That's crazy. Alright, bye, Panther. I think Panther got mad with me just kind of rotating my chair around a bunch. I made, oh shit. I made like some copycat Chipotle, like honey adobo chicken earlier this week. That was really, really good. Everything you do is critical infrastructure, so you don't really have a choice. That's nuts. That's really shitty. Yeah, I work a fake email job. That's what I call it. I work at as a data analyst, and a lot of my time is spent effectively just kind of like a lot of time is either spent not really doing anything, or it's waiting for somebody to have a data request. Crappy work but insane money. Hell yeah, dude. At least you're getting paid for it. That's always the good news. At least it's not shit pay. That's always the worst part. Like, if you're doing really hard work but it's shit pay. I know that was a problem that like was going around with my dad for a while, because he was a carpenter, and it was seasonal work on top of the fact that like he would need to go do like jobs that weren't very well paying, just so that he could maintain his like status in the, not the union, but like just in general on the board, I guess. It was a lot of work. I think he despised he only did them once when I was growing up that I could remember, wherein he did roofing jobs and then he also did like road work, and those are the two things he never did ever. Like after the first time, because they were just so backbreaking and hard and just not really worth it. A boilermaker, but I work in mostly in nuclear power plants. That's sick. That's really sick. I think that's really, really interesting, dude. I work in. I used to work in IT. Technically, I'm still in IT, but it's just adjacent these days. But I will be right back because I do need more coffee. So we're gonna go ahead and do this really quick. Let me turn my music up just a touch, and I'll go get some coffee. I'll be right back. All right. Let me go ahead and reduce the volume of the music just a touch. And we are back. Panther, do you want up here again? Come here. Hang on, I'm trying to situate my cat. Come here. He can't make up his mind, so I made it up for him. The only sucky part is they're not anywhere by my house because I'm in the actual middle of nowhere. Oh no. I just finished a job working in some schools, and I was pretty upset how most of those teachers keep pushing college to kids. Told them we need more electricians, HVAC, etc. because of all the retirees in data centers. Our average age for Boilermakers right now is 55. At least you know your head lead up to retirement will be busy. That's true. Not to the point where you have to make a decision in my career. Do you start to move towards AI or cloud management and engineering? I know the animal struggle. I got my Velcro dog next to me. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, this cat is a Velcro baby for sure. He just wants to be inside of your skin the whole time. I'm like in a weird spot when it comes to AI because it's like I hate it so very much. I don't think that it is of value outside of whatever the shareholders are saying it's worth. Because every single company that is diving headfirst into it are not generating profit from it. And all of the manufacturers who are like in the deal to sell like RAM and hard drives and shit, they're just basically trading each other the money for the products under the presumption that AI is going to be worth it. I think there's like two different scenarios where it's like you either ignore it and it then dies because it's not generating profit and it's not very useful since it needs to be babysat the whole time, or the second option is that you ignore it and some of it stays, but it's so easy that you don't really need to care about it at all. And then there is the third option wherein you ignore it and you don't learn anything about it and it somehow makes like leaps and bounds improvements. There's always vast overhead in new technologies. The biggest problem that I have with AI is that it's like being touted by the same people who said that NFTs and that crypto was going to be like the next big thing, which is really hard for me to like take credibly, but it's also just leaving a sour taste, I think, in everybody's mouth, because it's like if they start to sequester away all of the quote unquote low level jobs to AI, then what are we going to do with the people who are getting ousted because of AI? Like, it's just not going to go very well, I don't think. Othrakar, the Northern Dwarf Keep. Hell yeah. And don't even get me started on, like, AI being used to make art. Like, that shit is so stupid. Like, what are you going to do next? Have AI eat your meals and have sex with your wife, too? Like... Your mini Aussie? Hell yeah, dude. That's sick. I gotta talk to this guy, I think, right?
What do you need?
Yes.
Will you help me?
Part 2 of 3? Damn. I gotta find Dory. Oh, shit, Dory! I gotta be in a fellowship? Hang on, wait a minute. That's why you love your job. A robot will never be able to take it. That's about right, man. The hard trades are gonna be really, really difficult to automate or even, like, make easier with AI. You can make it easier with machining and like CNC stuff, but it's going to be really difficult to get it to where you can just prompt chat GPT to be like, make me a boiler for a power plant. Use it to supplement your troubleshooting all efforts, just easier than trying to search Google. I've stopped using Google because it's so hard to search on that fucking website anymore. I'll use DuckDuckGo, and then I'll also use Start Page. There's another search engine that you can use, but I don't really like it too much because it's like you have to pay to use it after like 100 searches a month or some shit like that, which I do way more than just 100 per month. I mean, at the end of the day with like companies, people will always be cheaper than robots, yeah. especially depending on like how much overhead the robots cause. They barely want to even get us what we need to do the job, let alone buy a couple $1 million robot. Oh, for sure. Like the machines themselves are going to be really expensive, like the CNC stuff. Like I don't even want to imagine what, like, several, like, fuck, like, I know that I went to the eye doctor just a couple of days ago, and I know for sure that the machines that they use to identify what your eye problems are, or like what your vision is, those have to cost tens of millions of dollars, or not millions, but like tens of thousands of dollars. And that's just like one small office. I can't imagine what like a more specialized, more precision-based piece of machinery would need to be. Your job is building a multi-million-dollar warehouse that's going to be full automated robotic forklifts and conveyor belts. Man, I can't wait for that to come out. That's gonna fucking suck. Plus, most of those systems are giant, and they won't fit in a boiler. Oh, they won't fit in a boiler. Okay, got it. They won't fit in a boiler. Yeah, I imagine. Where the hell is this dude at? Captured by Dower Hands. It's probably over here then. Yeah. Maybe? Yes. Perfect. I see him. But how do I get up there? I had seen some, like, footage of some of the fucking robots and shit doing, like, the sorting and shit. It's like, I just feel like this is going to cause more problems than... Like, so, like, my main concern is the quality of the work that they do and the accuracy. Because at a certain point, it's... Like, if the company is big enough and rich enough to just be able to afford a fully automated warehouse, they are also rich enough to afford the offset from the, like, the pissed off customers whenever they get, like, the wrong shit. Whereas with, like, a smaller company, they can't afford to have shitty systems, like, give the wrong things or to, like, have the mistakes mount up. Because, like, if a small company sends you the wrong thing, like once or twice, and I say you as a royal you, not necessarily like any one specific person, but if they send it the wrong... Oh shit. All of my health went out and I was like, oh shit, oh no. But what I'm saying is, like, if the company is big enough to afford a fully automated warehouse and they're able to afford dumping all of their money into, like, hundreds of billions of dollars or whatever into AI, they're also going to be able to afford the offset of the problems that is going to cause without having human eyes on the quality assurance. Because if a robot fucks up, it's just like, well, okay, that's fine. But if a person fucks up, then it's like, well, we need to have you retrain, or we need to have you go through like a PIP plan or whatever the fuck, and it's like, then they'll fix it, but then they might not. $76 million. Jesus Christ. That's insane. Because, like, there's, at least in my line of work, there's people who are trying to use AI for, like, data requests and data pulls, and it's like, it'll hallucinate numbers that don't exist. It'll hallucinate numbers that don't exist. It'll hallucinate, like, insane segments or, like, trends. It'll give you bar graphs of numbers or data that, again, doesn't fucking exist. And so, like, why would you try and use AI in an industry where you need accuracy in numbers? Like, you need to have the exact number of whatever the sample was, right? Like, you need to have the exact number, and you can't have it just give you a random number that it dreamt up for whatever reason. What is this Dory dude wanting to do, man? It's also weird that I don't have this guy as an escort. I have noticed in my efforts to get an AI to hallucinate, it had to be a super long chat with me, changing my mind over and over. And that is what's currently happening with a lot of instances. Like, it's not just a matter of, like, single one-off chats. Like, these things are running forever, effectively, so that they can basically try and do the same job that, like, people are doing. And so it doesn't get to... It's basically just a constant, overlong prompt over and over again. And then it's also, like... Even in the software that we use, there was a moment where, like, I went to a conference a few years ago where they were talking about a quote-unquote, like, prediction function, so that you can look at the predicted and estimated health of a plant or something, and it will take the current numbers and it'll use those to give you an estimate as to what the next month's numbers will look like per day. And it's like, it's not useful, and it's not going to work because these numbers aren't real. The situations aren't real. And if you feed it bad data, or if you feed it the wrong data, and you don't have like a perfect month to throw at it, then it's not going to be helpful or useful at all. Meanwhile, you have to continuously train new people over and over to do the same thing. I mean, there's nothing to be said that, like, people aren't going to be incompetent forever. Like, you're gonna run into people who just don't know how to do anything. But I don't necessarily think offshoring that incompetence to hallucinating AI is gonna make it any better. I think it is gonna make it worse, especially if we don't figure out what to do with all the people who are gonna be out of a job because of it. We're nearly free of the camp. Dude, we've gone through this whole camp and we've killed like 7 people. Well, way more than 7. I'm very glad that I am over-leveled for this, because I think that this would be a problem. I will say, I think I like my drip, man. The hooded cloak and these shoulders were the right play. AI will get better. I'm torn, because it's like, if it can be used to do... If we can use it to progress society, I think it's good. I think it's good. But if we just keep using it to generate shitty music and shitty art and, like, shitty movies, and then make it take over all the entry-level jobs so that people who need entry-level jobs can't get entry-level jobs, I think it's fucked. Like, there needs to be something to kind of rein that usage in, I think. Dory, what were you even doing over here, man? How'd you get captured? Between the baby boom and the breakdown in birth rate, this was always going to happen? I'm not sure on that one. I think it's like... And that's what's really hard societally, right? Because it's like... I had escorted Dory to safety. Sick. Now I just have to go tell the dude that his guy is free. I think the... Like, a lot of the problems with, like, the birth rate and the baby boom and shit, like... A lot of it is not just one source. It's not just, like, one source of the problem. There's so many aspects that are causing it. And it's an entire systems issue as opposed to, like, just a singular cause. And it's disheartening and it is depressing to think about because it's really difficult to put into words, like, how you fix it, because no one person has an answer to it. And there's no one-size-fits-all fix to correct it either. Because you need to change so many aspects of, like, just the way things work right now in order to correct even just the one thing. It's depressing, but... That's why we're playing Lord of the Rings Online at exactly 12:18 p.m. on a Sunday. We're almost done with this quest, and then I have one more part to Chapter 4 for Book 3. Which I think is the one that I'm supposed to be on. I'll have to double check. Because I think Aragorn gives the part 4, or the book 4 or whatever. Alright, which one has that one sells for the most?
Will you
Alright, now I gotta go back to Halberad. Where is... Okay, the dude's over here. Stable master. Let's go to... Oh wait, this guy's going... This is a mission recruiter. Here we go. I need to go to Estelden. Thank you. Let's go. It's the reason why I dive into games. Real life is depressing. Yeah. Like there's... And that's what's kind of funny too, because I've been looking more into reading like Nietzsche and Dostoevsky and just like the older philosophers and stuff. And I think that a lot of them have very important lessons to kind of impart. Even though they're old and they lived in different times and different time periods, I do think that if you can like read their content and stuff, I do think that it's really good. And that's when I say that if you can read the content, I don't mean can you read, but more so like are you able to kind of interpret and also analyze text, because it is hard, especially Nietzsche. I've been having trouble with that one. It's so hard. I'm reading his Thus Spake Zarathustra novel, and it's a collection of aphorisms as if he was, or from the perspective of a fictional saint named Zarathustra. And it's really good. I really like it. And I do think that it is kind of like one of his more parenthetical and parenthetical famous works. Because it's famous and infamous because it's famous because it's by Nietzsche, and it's one of his first works, and it's infamous because I think that a lot of the manosphere and like the really chud alt-right dudes like Andrew Tate and shit, they kind of use his works as gospel for their really shitty mindset and viewpoints. But it's really good if you can interpret it not the way that they do, because I don't think that they're like looking into it very deeply, because a lot of what he kind of talks about is like self-confidence. You have to believe in yourself. If you hold too tightly to religion, then you end up losing your own self, like your own personal belief systems. And you should be able to cultivate kind of what he refers to as the Superman, wherein you are becoming your best self, like the best version of yourself. And so you're able to like not necessarily start projects or like do things that are like quote unquote alpha male-y, but more so like you don't really pay attention to the criticisms of other people. You're confident in your own abilities. You're constantly learning. And I really like that. And then I also read The Brothers Karamazov by Dostoevsky earlier this year, or maybe it was earlier last year. I think it was this year. And there was a part in there that I really, really liked, wherein it was following the story of Dmitri and Alexei and Fyodor Karamazov and their brother. I can't remember his brother's name though, because he was kind of a side character. And Dmitri was talking about how if he is put into a prison, if he's put into prison for either the false or supposed murder of his father, even if there's no windows, he is ecstatic because the sun will rise, even if he doesn't get to see it. Even if he doesn't get to see the dawn again, he knows that the dawn is happening, and that alone is worth living for. And I think that that is a really beautiful segment and a really beautiful like paragraph wherein he kind of waxes poetic about even if he himself doesn't get to see it, it exists, and that therein justifies his existence. Because that is a beautiful thing, even if he doesn't necessarily get to see it. Because even if his days are dark, the days will eventually get brighter, either for him or for somebody else. And I think that's really good to look at. Although you got caught up in a new project setting up Home Assistant, still haven't fully unpacked, and I moved into this house in November. Well, hell yeah, dude. Congrats on the new house. I hope it's a good house. I hope that it's not like a flip nightmare. Like a house flipper nightmare. He should be called to the council, but I fear that he will be too consumed by the desire to protect both the Glade and his people from their rage. It will be your task to go to Lyn Goliath and convince Gildor to come to the council. Okay, dude. A call to the elves. Now we gotta go back home, man. We gotta go see the elves. Do I have... That's the question, isn't it? I'm wondering if I have the stable master over there. I don't think I do. Speaking of houses, I might need to go set up my own house somewhere. I have, like, what is it, 25 gold? Sheesh! I have 25 gold. I should go set up a house. I don't know what all of the houses or the housing plots look like. I do think I want one in Gondor, though, like in Minas Tirith or something.
What do you need?
Where do I need to go? I don't think I can go anywhere from here. Mellowing in.
How can I be of service?
Can I get there? I can. Look at that. 13 silver down, baby. I can visit the housing areas for free. I am for sure aware of that. I don't know how to get to all of them to see them. Because I know that I can just, like, for instance, the Bree one. I can go down here to the Breeland homesteads, or I can go to the ones over in the Shire. I think those exist, right? Yeah, the Shire homesteads. I can go down here and just walk in there. I think I have to walk into the instance itself, don't I? Yeah, correct. So I just need to figure out how to get to the places without dying. Because I'm pretty sure the Gondor housing area is not level 40. Also, very wildly off-topic tangent. I really hope everybody's getting their fiber. You need your fiber, please. You might just be able to find a housing vendor and they'll take you right there. Okay, I'll have to try that out. I did see there was a vendor in Bree that was talking about going to Gondor or something like that. Man, I have to do like several things today. I gotta go... I had to see a man about a horse. I gotta go see a man about a club. And I gotta go see a man about a house. And Bree around the fountain, there is a Gondor vendor, I believe. Yes, that's who I was talking about in the main town square. I didn't know if they would take me to Gondor or if they just sold things for Gondor. I'll have to go over there whenever I go to get the kinship going, get the kinship started. Middle Earth is a busy place, always something to do. Always, man. I gotta go defend the hobbits from fucking spiders and wolves from a forest. I gotta go save Ered Luin and shit from dwarves. I gotta go save Everdim from like tomb robbers and shit. I gotta go talk to a man about a house and starting a club. Lakin is dead. He was killed when stone trolls attacked Lyn Goliath sometime before my company arrived. That's crazy. Alright, there is... Hang on, wait a minute. That's not it. Complete the great... Oh wait, no, that's not it. Talk to Gildor and Glorian. Okay. That's Gandalin. I guess it's in Tam Goliath. Visiting elf. What it do, homies?
What can I do for you?
I wish I could extend to you a warmer welcome, but these are dark times for the elves. That's not good.
Mind my words, traveler.
What does this look like? Purple gloves. Alright. This Council of Estelden, I wish that I could simply commit to such an endeavor, but it is not so simple. The scouts say that these orcs are being led by a great Uruk of Angmar named Drukord, who camps in the deepest parts of Nan Rathrin. Perhaps if this Uruk were slain, Lyn Goliath would be protected enough for me to come to your council. Alright, dude. Using the Elf Stone allows you to access the inspiration buff while solo or in a smaller fellowship. Okay. That is something that I will need to do then. I genuinely cannot wait until I get some guildies from WoW to play this with me, because I think that's going to be so fucking sick. Man, they're way over here. Shit. And I'm assuming I can't just walk over there. One does not simply just walk into Mordor, huh? Yeah, there's mountains in the way. Alright, so I think the play here is to take a stable master to Amon Wraith and then just walk over there. That's what we're gonna do. That is the plan, chat. And then once I finish out chapter 3, or book 3 rather, I will head over to... Man, I gotta go to... Okay. I gotta go to Estelden, and then I can go to Arid Wraith, or whatever that place is called. I need a break checking out what I have on Glamdring. Alright, man. Thanks for hopping in. Thanks for chatting. If you get onto Glamdring, my minstrel is called Asmilor. A-S-M-I-L-O-R. I'll actually type into chat. Hang on. I think the play here at this point, though, for me is I'm going to finish out book 3. Excuse me, and then I'm going to probably look at starting the kinship for my future guildies if they decide to join. And then I think from there I'll probably try and look at some of the housing plots to see if I can't get one that I like. Looks like I have absolutely nothing on this server. Damn. I will say, unless you really want to, unless leveling new characters on new servers is something that you find joy in, do not feel as though you need to join Glamdring, because I do understand, like I said, I've been playing this character for like 3 total days, and I'm only level 40, so it takes quite a while. So if you are like level 100 plus or some shit like that on your other servers, it is definitely not something that I would probably do. And I think once I finish out chapter 3 or book 3 rather, and I get to start the kinship, I might spend some time crafting and leveling up my tailoring. I think that might be something I end up doing. Maybe even cooking, possibly. Because I feel like cooking my own buff food would be really sick. Alright, let me double check the name of the stable master. It is Amon Wraith.
How can I be of service?
And I can go there. Sick. Oh, you're not bothered? Just wanted to see what you had? Hell yeah. I had to transfer this guy from one of the old 32-bit servers over to Glamdring when I first picked it up again, because I didn't know where all my characters were. And because I knew that I had the Minstrel. I didn't know what level he was, but I knew that I had him, and I knew that I had him high enough to where I didn't want to restart. And I didn't see any of the servers that I had played on. Specifically, I played on Crick Hollow for this guy. And I was very pleasantly surprised to find that they had free server transfers, and so I was able to transfer this dude over to Glamdring pretty easily and pretty promptly. It wasn't too bad of a wait. That was exactly the same time I transferred everything to Paragon and Consolidated. Hell yeah, dude. I don't know when they shut down the 32-bit servers. I think it was sometime last year, from what World Chat told me, sometime last week. But I hadn't played on Crick Hollow since 2023. So whenever they shut it down between 2023 and now is when they implemented the new 64 bits. And so that's when I had to end up moving over. Which I don't mind too much. Like I said, I didn't really have any characters that were super high level. I think I'd played the Minstrel like 4 different times. The real decision is what to create. I will probably inevitably create a lore master, because I've been told from other sources that it is comparatively the most like a warlock in World of Warcraft, at least in terms of like damage over time spells. And so I think I would, if I'm gonna make another character at any point, it's probably gonna be a lore master. I really want to play a damage over time focused caster, because the Minstrel is really fun, but it's just not quite the same as what I'm wanting out of it. And when I say what I'm wanting out of it, I think that the Minstrel has sauce. I really love that I can play a cowbell at enemies so badly and so annoyingly that they end up killing themselves. And I do like being able to heal and being able to buff people. I just wish that I actually had people to buff and to heal. Maybe at some point I'll either join a kinship or I'll join my guildies, maybe, and I'll be able to play support or something. None of the classes play like anything in other games. To me, they've all felt off. That's pretty fair. I don't think that they would play or rather, I don't necessarily believe that Lore Master would play exactly like Affliction Warlock from WoW, but I do think that if it's dot focused, it would play similar enough to where I would find a similar enjoyment out of it. Not bad, just different. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel with it. I do like at least out of the few classes that I've played, which is literally just Burglar and Minstrel, I do like the combo system that you have. Like for Minstrel, you need to build up ballads before you can use the Coda of Fury, and I really like that. For Burglar, I really like that you have to get like critical chains, and so whenever you get a crit, you can use one of your abilities to then chain into another series of abilities. I really like that. I think that the combo system in that regard is really, really fun. And I think it gives you some pretty good skill expression in being able to determine how to play. And it doesn't feel as, I don't want to say forced, but it doesn't feel as like narrow as, say, the combo abilities in, is this a level, it is a level 90, whack. And it doesn't feel as narrow as the combo abilities in Final Fantasy XIV do. Because the Final Fantasy XIV abilities do exist. They do have combo abilities, such as with Reaper or Monk. But it feels very, not uninspired, it just doesn't feel as free. Like, it doesn't let you choose exactly how you're playing. Tarkip Assault Camp. Alright, I gotta get around here. Thankfully, I'm over leveled for this quest, so I don't need to worry too much about dying too easily. I'm sure if I just kind of stood there and, you know, got wailed on, I would die for sure, but I think as long as I don't do that, I should be good to go. I say, and then very shortly, I'm gonna end up getting one shot, probably. Strongholds exploration, hell yeah. Does this end in a wall of stone? No? Sick. I was worried I was getting stuck in a dead end. I will say that I really like just how large of a game this is in terms of scale. Because something that I really enjoy in MMOs is just having a really large playground to kind of play around in. And there could be something to be said about the fact that, like, if you have a really large playground but there's nothing to do in that playground and it's pointless and it's not really exciting, it's just boring, there is something to be said about that, and I do think that that is true and that does have merit. But I do think that for the most part, I have not felt that any of the spaces in Lord of the Rings Online was empty or a waste of space, so to speak. And so I'm very pleased with just how large the game world is. Always something to do, even if you just want to gather. Absolutely. That's something I've been doing on my Burglar a bunch. I've just been going through and cutting down all the trees and branches that I can find so that I can level up my woodworking. And then I've been picking up every scrap of leather that I can so that I can work on my forestry. It's been fun. I like it. I did find out yesterday that you can use Lotro points to unlock more profession slots on your characters, which I do think is both cool and also only, I say mildly, I mean very, very mildly annoying. I think that it would be cooler if you could, like, earn those extra slots via quests or something, but that's okay. I do grasp that doing the deeds will allow you to unlock those. Oh my god, only 24. I do know that doing deeds and such will unlock you enough of the Lotro points eventually so that you can just buy them all for one character. So it's not too bad. It's not something that I'm too regretful for or too upset with. Alright, where is the dude? He's gotta be in here, right? I know I was talking about it earlier last week. I think if I had to gripe about something about Lotro, it would be the map. Like, the map is almost too stylized. And so it's one of those things where, like, I would wish for the map to be more function than fashion, and yet at the same time, I really like the way that the map works, or rather looks. There we go. I got to turn my torch on. Deeds are big. They also help you acquire the virtual skills. Yeah. I need to actually look at doing some of the deeds for the Minstrel, because I feel like I'm missing out on some of my skills and such. I feel like that I've not done too much of my Minstrel deeds. Can I not, I guess it doesn't matter. Alright, now I can mount up. Sick. Thankfully, these guys are way lower level than me. I know I've started to do several of the deeds for Burglar, and that was going really well. I just need to get... Man, I think somebody else got to that. I just need to get more of my bleeds cast, and I also need to get more of my combo points finished out. Or not my combo points, but my my crits after combos. Surely this is where he's at, right? Oh, wait, no. I'm an idiot. I was over here just a moment ago. It's too dark. Can't see shit. Treasure cache. I know that's a level 90, but I still want to know what's in it. Man, we gotta stop with the dread. With the dread mechanic on that one, dude. It's not the Turkrip Sharp Eye. Right? Hang on. Yeah, no, I need the Dracord guy. If anything, all the different things can give you directions. Not sure what to do today, work on deeds, not feeling deeds, go quest or gather, or just grind for task items. That's kind of where I'm at today anyway. I was wanting to finish out all the quests in Evandem, but then after looking at how like I'm mostly done with it, I was like, well, let me go finish the books out. I also got my mount because I've been running everywhere on this dude. I definitely needed a mount. And then I also need to go look at getting a house set up and also a kinship. I always want to call it a fellowship, but that's not what it is. The Pass of Nan Rathrin. This is when I bust out the old D&D die, let the universe decide what I play. Hell yeah, dude. I have a D20 on my desk right now. And I do use that to kind of make decisions sometimes. I think for this one, I'll just chill out for a little bit. And I do need to finish this out, because this is the book 3. So I do need to find the dude to kill. I just don't know where he is. I think he's over here, though, is the thing. Unless this gold arrow is pointing at him, but I don't think it is. Why am I still, like, looking at something? It's so weird. And also, he may not even be over here. He may be further this direction. Let's go look. When I moved back, I needed to buy a new car, rolled into the dealership and told them I had 2 cars to pick between and I couldn't decide. Asked the salesman for a coin, let him flip it to decide what I brought, or what I bought. Hell yeah, dude. That's definitely one way to do it. I've only ever purchased one vehicle, and it is admittedly a little bit of a shitbox. It's always been one, but more so now. For the curiously minded, it is a Pontiac Solstice from 2008. Gloomfang. That's a rare. But it's your shitbox. Yeah, that's about it. From what my mechanics have told me, it runs so well for a 2008 vehicle. The problem that I've run into, though, is that since it is a soft top convertible, it absolutely 100% needs a soft top replacement, but it's hard to find a soft top replacement when it's a 2008 vehicle that is no longer manufactured and the main company went bankrupt. What can I get out of here? Yeah, there we go. I think this is where all the wargs are, unfortunately. So let me go ahead and sell some of this bullshit. I don't need the Mathams. So there's getting out of here. We'll hold on to the scroll cases just eventually. I don't need this cloak. The dwarf leather boots of might. Not for me. We'll get rid of that. Coarse furs, ruffled feather. We'll get rid of that as well. The Guild Hilt Great Sword of Might. Hell yeah, dude. Jagged beaks, broken spears, large wings. I don't need the logs of yew wood, but I want to hold on to them so I can mail them to my dude. I actually need to lock that. There we go. Because that's my transmog item. Cracked dwarf carvings. Okay, those are expert scholars. Sick. Alright, so we should have some room. Yeah, the biggest problem with my vehicle is that it needs a new soft top because it lets water in if it rains really hard or from driving really fast in the rain. And then it also needs to have like a GMC dealership look at it because they need to reset there's something with the airbag light, and I don't think it's necessarily the airbag problem itself. I think it is a sensor for the tire pressure. There's like a controller in the back somewhere, and they need to either flash that or they need to replace it. But beyond it just looking at the oh, there he is, and beyond just looking at the tire pressures, it also looks at the airbag, and so it needs to be flashed or looked at. But I just haven't had the time to take it to a GMC dealership, especially when they're like, yeah, it's technically vintage, so we gotta have it for like 3 days to diagnose it. And it's like, well, I don't really have 3 days. Such a hassle. Alright, now we can return to Gildor at Lyn Goliath. I also think that it would be rather fun to, and this is another wild tangent, or not a wild tangent, I also think it'd be really fun to change my car's car seats, because it does need to have new seats installed, probably. Especially the driver's side. It's so old that the leather has started to come off. Like, specifically where I sit, and it's like, well, like, mostly the back. The seat is fine, but, like, the back of it is just annoying. That's what you get when you own a quote-unquote classic. Not just a quote-unquote classic, but also a fucking convertible quote-unquote classic. Oh hell, there's a wooden chest up there. We will ignore the chest, however. because it's like this is the main dilemma when it comes to replacing a soft top. There is the first one wherein the original soft top isn't made anymore, so you can't just buy it OEM from GMC or GM anymore, and so you just don't get to do that. And then the second problem is you can find people who make them. There is a company up in Wisconsin and I think Iowa, both, that will make the same pattern for the soft top for the Pontiac Solstice. However, to my knowledge, they need you to send them the wire system for your vehicle. And if you don't have the wire system or an extra one, you have to remove your own soft top to send it to them so that they can extract the cable system and then put it into the new one that they're making. Which wouldn't be a problem if I had a garage and also a second a second vehicle or something that I could drive to and from work in the meantime, but I don't, and so it would be exposed to the elements for however long it would take the Wisconsin or Iowa company to make the replacement soft top, and then also to replace the cable system. And then beyond that, once you have the cable system sorted and you have it with you, now you need to find a place that will install the new one. Because that was one of the problems that I was running into with, like, maybe a couple of years ago when I was looking for an upholsterer who would do it. Because they either won't touch it, there's been that issue, wherein the upholstery company or shop won't touch it because they don't have a guy who will do it. Or they like don't have a dude who knows exactly what to do with it, and so they'll do it, but it may not be like guaranteed to be perfect, or at least quote unquote good enough. Sounds like you are close to needing to make a decision. A lot of extra work for a daily driver. Yeah, my partner despises it, partially because it's so small. It's basically a Barbie car, and I think she's fearful since I live in an area where everybody drives like giant ass trucks, and she doesn't want me to get the short end of the stick on that. But it's also like just inconvenient in the sense that like if we need to go get groceries, we have to take her car. We can't take mine since there is exactly 5.4 cubic feet of space in the trunk with the lid up. But it's a fun car. It's a 5-speed manual. It drives super well. There is a guy in Indiana who I think would be the best bet to go with if I could save up enough cash for it. But there's a guy in Indiana who will make a hardtop for it, like a custom hardtop, and it will convert it into like a hatchback. Manuals are just about extinct. Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun car to drive. I really like it. But the guy in Indiana will make a custom hardtop. I don't know how he does it. I'm assuming he casts it in like an epoxy resin or something. And then he will remove, I want to say like the trunk cover, like the trunk lid. And then he'll remove all of the internals. And then you'll stick on the hardtop. And then you'll have basically like a regular car out of it. I personally think that is like the best option that I can have. But the main issue is, hang on, wait. Oh, I have to defeat 250 orcs. Jesus, I don't think I'm gonna be doing 250 orcs right now. But I think the hardtop option from the guy in Indiana is probably the best option for me, the permanent option. The main issue though is that I don't actually know just how much it is, because I remember emailing him something like 2 years ago whenever I was first looking into this, and it was like $3,999 for the top to be made, and it would take him like 6 months. And then the second one was, he said it was $3,999 for it to be made, and then he said $6,000 for the it was like $5,999 for the install. Now at the time I was like, well, I don't have that cash, so I didn't inquire any further. But there's one of two options, because this is the confusing part. Is it $6,000 total with it to be made and then installed? Or is it $4,000 to have it made, and then an additional 6,000 to have it installed for a total of 10,000. And that's like the main break, really, because I could maybe justify saving up like 6 grand. If it's like 6 grand total, I could maybe have the vehicle taken all the way up to Indiana to have him do that. But if it's 10,000, it would be a little bit more of a rough buy, of a rough sell. I was really down to a handful of cars that fit my criteria when I was looking because of the manual transmission. Maybe you could engineer it so it works like a Jeep and you can take the hardtop off when you wanted to. I don't mind, because here's the thing. I am very pale in complexion, and I don't use the soft top anyway. Because it's so fucking, like, sunny and the UV rate is so high. Which, you may then wonder, why the hell did I get a soft top convertible? Or a convertible at all? And the answer to that question is, I was 21 years old and I wanted a fun car to drive, and 28-year-old me is paying for that decision dramatically, in the sense that I need to figure out how to maintain the soft top. But I don't really use the soft top anyway, because of the fact that I live in a sunny climate and I'm so pale in complexion that it's like, it is a sentence of both skin cancer and severe sunburns if I take the soft top off, or if I put the top down rather. And so I usually just don't. The only time that I have is when it was really overcast and cloudy and it wasn't like 105 out, which has worked pretty favorably for the most part. But there's seldom few of those days anymore. I say anymore as if like they just are extinct. There's seldom few of those days wherein I just have like super, there it is, Jesus, where I have super overcast and super chill days. I've defeated the Tarcrypt Defiler. Alright, so I need to do this thing. What am I doing here? Destroy the brewing station. Damn! I did that with my bare hands. Check that out, chat. I thought I was out of inventory space for a moment. Quest actions available. Okay. Alright, so this stuff is level 25. I could probably take my, my burglar up here, I suppose. Alright, 546. We got that. And then this... Find and destroy siege engines. Okay. We will go destroy siege engines. This isn't taking too long. And I also think that it might already be engineered to where you could just take it off and on, which I don't mind too horribly. The biggest state of contention is the fact that I'm pretty sure I would need to drive my vehicle or have it towed all the way up to Indiana, which is just not in the cards. If I could maybe get him to send it down here with an instructional on how to install it, maybe I could get my main mechanic to do it, but that's kind of the quandary, isn't it? After I kill this thing, let me double check my music, because I think it's doing something funky at the moment. Let me see. Video pause. Do I want to continue listening? Yes, I do. I don't know if you guys have experienced the same problem with like YouTube, wherein if you go to play a video, you have to refresh the page because it's just not wanting to load properly. And then it's like, are you experiencing interruptions? It's like, yes, I am experiencing interruptions. Thank you for noticing. There's the siege engine. I remember I was talking to some friends about my convertible woes, and one of them was like, that's just kind of the territory of convertibles. You're either a convertible guy or not really, you know? Which is pretty fair. I think at some point I will end up getting it replaced, finally. I have a couple of leads on where I could at least get it to be replaced at, like physically replaced. It's just then at that point trying to figure out where I can get a soft top made. Going here for the wooden chest. Because I think there might be, and it might not even be a matter of like getting a soft top made. It might just be a matter of buying one off of eBay, which is going to be not like the worst thing, but at least in my mind, I view like used car parts similarly to how one may view used computer components. It's kind of sketchy to purchase a used GPU, even though it is like possibly hundreds of dollars cheaper. Defeat goblins. I've never seen a goblin over here, unless that's a goblin. That might be a goblin. Fuck it. Well, I don't know what my rep is with the. I don't think I need to do this, but I'm here, so I may as well. Can I open this? I can. Hell yeah. I do think that over the long period of time, I think if I were to spend that 6,000 to 10,000 on that hardtop though, would probably be the best bet for the longevity of this vehicle, because it runs really well. It runs without too much problems. The only issues that it has are, of course, the soft top, but mechanically it's perfect. What am I doing with these? Oh, I'm supposed to... Okay, I get it. I grasp it. It would help if I read the quest objectives, I'm sure. Perfect. We just need to find 21 more. 21? Is this all of the siege engines left? No, I need one more after this. Goblin chest. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm a huge fan of my drip now. I think the hood with the shoulders on top of it looks really good. I just need better gloves. Or better looking gloves and boots, I think. Because just like in WoW, the end game is fashion and housing. Everybody knows that if your house looks shit, and if your fit looks shit, then what's the point? There's the last siege engine I need. Fight master. Not really a master of fighting if he died. Do I need to kill these guys? Let's see. Yes. Hey, Small Mouse, what's up? New player leveling? Yeah. For the most part. I say for the most part because I did play all the way back in 2023. I got this guy to like level 30, level 32. And then I've been on a little bit of a hiatus. I only started playing this again probably last weekend-ish. Exactly, that is why Lotro just had a new gear set posted to the store. Absolutely, man. If you don't have the drippiest fit and the coolest house on the block, then what's the point? Currently for stream, I'm leveling my Minstrel, and then on the side, whenever I'm not streaming, I'm leveling my Burglar. My Burglar's level 23. And then currently on this guy, at the moment, I'm trying to do the, Is this guy part of the quests? No, he's not, but there's a goblin chest. On this guy, I'm trying to get up to speed on the books. So currently I'm on book 3. And while I was in this area, I figured I'd do some quests. Yeah, Minstrel rotation pretty good and drop of lowest skills. Come on, man. I really like the combo section. It's really fun. Or like the combo, how you play it. You have to do like the 3 sections and then you have to hit your quota. It's fun. I think I do think I need to do more of the deeds. I actually need to look. Pretty sure I do have... Yeah, I haven't even done the class deeds tier 2. So at some point I'll have to work on those. Let's grab this other goblin chest. Some input latency going on. Actually, let me look at what those deeds have to say. This one. Complete enduring morale. Oh, I just need to use healing skills. Okay. I need to use 2,000 healing skills? Holy shit. Okay. I need to start healing people. Shit. You can do like 60 to 100 LP per hour if you have 6-hour Slayer boost. That's pretty good. I regrettably do not have a 6-hour Slayer boost. I'll probably get one at some point, though. They're not too bad on the Latro points. I have like 1,500 or so Latro points at the moment. I'm just kind of chilling around and... I don't need to go this way, actually. I'm just chilling around and kind of determining what to spend them on. I'm probably going to spend them on both shared slots, and maybe I'll save up enough to get one of the carry-alls. Because the carry-alls seem really, really good. Coupon code challenge accepted. Oh yeah, that's one of the... That's how you get one of the challenge... Or not the challenge, the deeds... Or the deed slayer things. Where do I put that in on the store, actually? Oh, redeem code. There it is. I'm dumb. There it goes. I didn't know where the code entry was. Similar to Lord of the Rings Online, I appear to have the same problem that I have in WoW, wherein I cannot see things that are in front of me. If you guys would see our progress on Lura in a March of Quel'Danas, you would see that I have trouble with shapes and shit. Because there's a memory game in that fight, and you have to like position shapes in certain orders, and I'm trying to call out the shapes, and I get the shapes wrong all the time. That's something that I always ask everybody whenever they start chilling out. What is your favorite part of the game in terms of like expansions? I should word it this way. What is your favorite expansion that Latro has had in the past or present? Does the thank you 2025 code work? Let's see. Coupon expired. Goblin chest. I know that in BDO they do something similar with like the reward coupons and stuff, and theirs last for a really long time. It's actually nuts. Did I not use caps? Or don't use caps? Use caps? I thought I used caps before. I was thinking about it. Yeah, coupon expired for the all caps. That's all good. Ooh, I got the relics. Okay. What else do I need to do here? Hang on. Tarkrip orcs grown stronger. I need the Raging Tarkrips and the Marksman is who I need to kill. There's a few Marksmen laying around. I think once we finish these, we will head back to... what's his name? Gildor at Lyn Goliath, and we'll be able to turn that in. And then we can actually start working on Book 3 again. I was just saying earlier that I've got so much to do. I gotta do the Book 3, I gotta work on that, and then once I'm finished with Book 3, I'll be able to start working on talking to a man about a house. And then once I talk to a guy about a house, I gotta talk to a guy about starting a kinship. Because I've got guildies from WoW who are looking to try this game, and I want to set up a community for them. And so I'm gonna... And I just learned today, apparently, that the guilds in this game level up based on time, like, created, which is very novel to me. I did not expect them to be, like, operating that way. I thought it was a matter of, like, if you have people join, you'll get XP based on, like, all the content that you do. And learning that that was not that is actually very surprising. That's a wooden chest, I don't need that. There's apparently something even further that way for me to look at. Which one is this purple one? Oh, it's probably the Siege Engineer that I need to do. The Siege Engineer is probably the one that is the purple icon over this way. So let's go see if we can't find him. And then is there also... Let's just mount up for this, because I need to travel some ground. I need some more marksmen. And then I need the Siege Engineer. 4 more marksmen and we should be good with that one. I think that's the final set of the Tarkrips I need for this quest, and then we'll be good to go for the Siege Engineers. And then once the Siege Engineer is done and all the marksmen are done, we'll be able to head out to Gildor. And I'm not overly positive of how many parts there are, because there's chapter 5. That's the one I'm on. Oh, I'm way past. Oh, it's probably up here across the bridge. Okay, I can get there. I know where to go for that. I don't know how many chapters there are in Book 3, but once we finish out Book 3, we'll be able to go talk to a man about a house. Because I've accumulated like 24, 25 gold. Almost 26. So that should be able to get me a pretty decent house. And I think... Correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't done any of the housing stuff in this game yet. I think that the houses are like free storage or like free-ish storage. Making sure I'm going the right way so I can get across the bridge. And on top of free storage, are they also account-wide? Like if I buy them on this guy, can I visit it on my burglar on a different character? I think that's how it works. I would be surprised if it wasn't. There's a marksman. I need 4 more of those. You can? Yes. Sick. Gotta deal with the raging ones. This will probably pull... Oh, thank God it didn't pull all of them. It just pulled this guy. There's another one over here. Well, I didn't mean to target that guy, but, I mean, he can die all the same. I'm also assuming at some point I'll be able to get a better mount. I think I saw someone in the world chat talking about once you reach Rohan, you'll be able to get a warhorse there. So I'm assuming I'll be able to get a better mount then. Because this guy, the what's it called again? The Blood Bay horse only goes 62% speed. I interrupted my cast. Alright, so we're done with the marksmans. Now we need the renders, which I don't think I've seen very many of. Maybe we'll find a bunch over this bridge. So we need the renders, and then I need to kill the siege engineer. Oh, I still do need one more marksman, which is good because it's right here. Perfect. Now we need a siege engineer. 68% is as fast as you can get unless you obtain the 20% boost scroll. Okay. It's not too bad then. I won't worry too much about pushing for a new mount then. It won't feel like I'm going too slow. Drops of amber resin. I do think that at some point, back on the mouse and peripheral conversation we were having earlier, I'm probably going to have to get a new mouse at some point. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but sometimes when I'm looking around, my mouse or camera will like jump really dramatically because I think there's something going on with my mouse's optical sensor. Alright, is there a siege engineer over here? And it could be related to my right click, it could be related to the optic sensor. This is an older mouse that I'm running. It could just be a new mouse that I need. The hard part will be whether or not I get another Razor Naga Trinity or if I get something else. Because currently the Razor Naga Trinity, the reason why I'm playing it is because playing with it, even though I've come to despise, like utterly despise Synapse and all of Razor's software, is because of the fact that I get Hypershift on this one. And so I get to press basically 1 through 5 every single time I want to push a button. So like if I want to push 9, I just hit my Hypershift button on my mouse and then hit 4 on my keypad, and then it works out. Surely I won't die here. Famous last words, maybe? Perfect. Like right there, my mouse jumped a little bit. Okay. Now, we just need to go find... Let me look at this, actually. I need 14 more renders and 10 shooters. Those should be pretty easy to get to, I think. So we can turn these in. Combed much of Nan Rathen. Hey, look, there's a render. Shit. There is one corner yet unexplored. Your heart warns you that the last venture deep into the past will be dangerous. I mean, I guess. Not the shooter. I also think that, at least in terms of like just what we're doing now, I think this is really chill and really fun because it's just another segment of the story. I think the biggest drawback is that it is just more go kill these things and then come back. But thankfully it's not like a comeback kind of quest. It's just a go kill these things quest. I had to double check and make sure that my ad wasn't running. I know I've missed a couple of the other ads and I just kind of kept talking, which is not ideal. I wish I could get, because like Stream Elements doesn't seem to be overly accurate in telling me when the ads are going on. Hello. Starts quest Watchful Eyes, Dark Wings. Oh, you know what? They probably have a quest item in here, maybe. But that's okay, we're not going to worry about that right now. I know whenever I was first going through the Barrow Downs, I was having some trouble, like, not becoming impatient because it was just more of the same. And when I say more of the same, I mean, like, environmentally. Environmentally, it was more of the same because it just felt like it was just more of giant rocks and more zombies and stuff. But I do think, looking back, why can you not hit me? But I do think, looking back, the Barrow Downs, much like the Lone Lands, are probably some of my favorite questing. And, like, just the zones and areas that I've done. I am out of the area for renders as well as shooters. I gotta go back. You guys can't read it, but somebody is apparently talking about how they're making a mixed drink using both bourbon and Everclear in Glamdring World Chat. And I have to tell you guys that that is insane. That is insane work. There's so much left to live for. Two more shooters and 5 more renders. I think this might be it. Or maybe that's all of it. I think so. Alright. Now we just need to destroy corrupt altars, and then we have to destroy the Tarkrit Packmaster and defeat Gloomfang. And that was just over here, so I was like right over there. I should have been accepting these quests before. Started a captain, something I apparently don't have. Hell yeah. I don't think... Well, no, I have tried a captain, I think. It was one of the very first classes that I tried. I got to the part in Arid Luin where I then needed to run across, like, the rose petals on the ground. Like, the red crystals and stuff. And then I ended up not playing that because I was like, I want to play a caster. And so started my first Minstrel. And I was like, this is sick, I get to play music. And then I didn't really grasp, like, the concept of playing it. I didn't really understand how the buffs worked, how the codas worked, and, like, how the... And this was, mind you, very early on into my WoW playing time, so I was like, I didn't really grasp MMOs in general. The last time I played, I was able to get this guy, like I said, to 30 or 32. I just had a much better understanding of how it worked, of how MMOs themselves worked. And now it's like, as before, I have a hard time playing anything but MMOs because there's just nothing like them. What's going on here? Defeat wargs and Hibgroper. Okay, how many wargs are we talking about? Man, there's so many of these quests. I am going to not do the warg quests. Where are we at? Okay, maybe not. There's so few, and I'm gonna have to kill them anyway over here. Once I finish this altar one, and once I finish the warg quest, I am going to continue on with book 3 because I do want to finish that or get halfway through it today. And I feel like with what I'm currently doing, just getting sidetracked on these quests, it is not going to happen if I keep doing that. Just one more of those. There it is. And then all of the wargs that I need to kill are over here, so this should work out just fine. Excellent. I do kind of like that, and this is weird coming from somebody who's like a pure WoW Andy for the most part. I do kind of like that even though I'm 15 levels over this content, it is feasibly still something that could kill me if I wasn't paying attention. It makes it not feel as annoying or trivial to go back and just like one-shot everything over and over again. Like there is somehow to a degree I do kind of wish that I could just go through and one-shot sometimes, but like right now I'm very pleased with the fact that I'm not doing that. I know that was something that was always a sticking point for one of my friends who was really, really, really into WoW, especially like private servers. They really did not like the fact that modern WoW or I guess retail WoW was just really easy. They just wanted to be able to go through quests and not feel like they were one-shotting everything. And after a certain point, like some of the quests were very easy in retail, or are very easy, I should say. Oh, and there's a corpse for me to loot. Look at that. This is phenomenal. Ugh. I need to take a sip of my coffee. One moment. All right. Just a few more wargs. I think once I do the wargs or finish the wargs out, I am going to probably turn this into Gildor, and then I will head to Bree and see if I can't go look at the Gondor housing. Just one more, and then I should be good to go turn in the Book 3 quest that I'm on. You'd like to see more games move away from the levels and move more to horizontal progression? That's really fair. I really do like horizontal progression. It's just really weird for me because it's like, for a very long time, I was more interested in the loot treadmill or the gear treadmill that was associated with World of Warcraft and like Final Fantasy XIV to a degree. And it's a pity because I really do like the concept of, like, Guild Wars 2 has horizontal gear progression, and I really, really, really like Guild Wars 2. But I can't quite pinpoint where my contention lies with it because I can't really play it for a very long period of time without getting bored. And I don't know if that's because I don't have other friends to play it with, or if that's because of the horizontal gear progression system that they use. It's probably a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, but it's really hard to pinpoint because none of my friends have really, you know, stood to play Guild Wars 2. But it's really, really good. The fact that once you're done with a zone, there's no reason to return for the most part. Guild Wars 2 does horizontal progression very well. I think Guild Wars 2 does it really, really good, really well. I do think that the idea of having to go back into a zone is really nice, especially if, like, and Guild Wars 2 does this, right? I should mention that Guild Wars 2 does do this, but it's to a degree where it's, like, not necessary. So, like, in order to level up, you don't need to do all of the zones, and you don't need to complete a zone, so to speak. But if you want to make some of the legendary weapons or armor, you do need to go complete all of the base game zones in order to get 2 of the crafting materials necessary to do it, to craft those things. And I really think that that is a really well-designed system so that you get to see the entire world. And I think that it's also really good because, like, at least in, and this is my hot take, legendary items in Guild Wars 2 are the best examples of legendary items in any MMORPG that I've ever played. And the reason why I think that is because not only is it work to get one, and so it makes you yourself feel very proud of having the legendary item once you have it, it's also coupled with the fact that it is horizontal progression. And so once you craft that legendary item, it's a legendary item. You will continue to use that as long as you need that item or want to play the spec that uses that weapon. Like I played a Necro. I played a like a sand necro. I can't remember the exact name of the necromancer specialization I was playing, but I used a torch. And I'm still working on a legendary torch. Once I make that torch eventually, whenever I go back to play Guild Wars 2 again eventually, once I finish that, I will have the torch, and I won't have to ever replace it, which is really huge. And beyond that, though, the legendary weapons will also change how your spells look, and they'll also sometimes change how your character looks, which I think is really cool. Like they put skins onto your spells based on whatever your legendary weapon equipped is, and I think that's really, really sick. Like there's that Twilight sword that you can get, and it is like a night sky sword, and it makes your footprints into the stars in the night sky. And then there's also the opposite of that sword where it's like the sun, and it makes your footsteps turn into like fiery sun steps and stuff. It's really, really cool. All right, which one sells for the most? These do. Finish now. Talk to Halberad. Now I gotta go back. But I think that Guild Wars 2 does legendary weapons so well in this game, or in that game, compared to any other MMORPG that I've ever played. From what I understand, there are legendary weapons in Lotro, but I don't know what they are or how they look or like what they do, other than just being high tier weaponry, which I think is really cool. And I got a lot of bullshit in here. Hang on. Damn, I'm too busy to do that. I think how they look is irrelevant, honestly, since you can just swap out the outfit whenever you want. Yeah, sure. I just think that in terms of the legendaries, I do think that they look really, really nice, and I think that they look great. And I just think that that is a bonus to also having an item that you can swap the stats around on at will. While we're on this, I need to check my messages really quick. All right. Oh god. My camera is just going all over the place. All right, like I said, we're going to turn this in, and then we'll head to Bree so that we can talk to that lady about a house in Gondor. But first, I will see about setting up a kinship. That way, by this time tomorrow, it will have the ability for me to put out a message of the day. Alright, dude, what do you got for me?
What do you need?
Alright. So I don't forget, I'm going to pick this up. And now I go to Bree. Defeated the 19 years of boxes challenge. Yeah, that's basically it. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta do this. There we go. Item, you succeed. Hell yeah. Alright, can this guy take me where I want to go? West Breeze, swift travel. There we go. That works. And then at some point I'll mail... Well, while I'm in Bree, I'll be able to mail this stuff to my burglar. Because I have several pieces of wood and such, and I also have a bunch of scroll cases that I am not going to use on this guy. Alright, let's go to the main square, because I think that's where I need to be. The 19 years of boxes challenge. That sounds like a Mr. Beast sketch. Today, I've got one lucky contestant, and he'll be able to win $10 million, and he just has to open up these boxes on the floor that have accumulated since 2022. They've gotten one every day, so he's gotten, like, 4,000 boxes. Hang on, wait a minute. Training hall. I don't think it's a training hall. It's not the latest market. I need the town hall, which is further down, I think. No, it's this way. So much better than it used to be. They consolidated the fireworks down into spells instead of a bunch of items. Well, I'm glad that worked. Because I had some fireworks on my character at some point. A bunch of titles and mounts, XP gear, hell yeah. I think I'm going the right way. I will find out momentarily. Yeah, I'm here. This is where I need to be. Clerk of Kinship. I'm trying to think. I can't decide if I want a man kinship or an elf kinship. I know they're the same. They just determine like the ranks or some shit like that. The titles. It's the titles. That's it. I wish I could tell what the titles are. But I think we're just gonna go for the elf, because my dude's an elf. Alright, please enter the name of the kinship. It will be created using the elf kinship theme. Kinship names, once set, cannot be changed. Alright, well, it's gotta be the same name as my guild in WoW. Perfect. Excellent. Now we have to go put a bunch of stuff into my bank. The people of the things. You missed out. Uh-oh. There appears to be some lag going on. Okay, this dude's setup, this dude's getup is so sick. Very cool. Very low fantasy. Let's see. We're gonna go through and clear out my inventory really quick, and then we'll mail some of these crafting items to my burglar. Silver Ring of Determination. I don't think I need this. Perfect. Should be good. And now, how do I open up the mail? Options, input, key mapping. Oh, there's not one for mailbox. Okay. I could map it, but what do I... There it is. We'll do that. Perfect. All right, compose mail. To my character, my other dude. Extra mats, scrolls, so I know what's going on here. Woodworker. Woodworker, and then I need to give him the yew logs, as well as the sturdy hides. And I think that'll do. That'll do, pig, that'll do. Yeah, let's send. Cool. And now I can just dump all this stuff in here. I've organized a lot of these, so they should just kind of dump into where they need to be. But if not, I will suffer the consequences later. I'll go ahead and put these in here, since I'm using them for transmog. Yeah, there's the anniversary fireworks. And then I could probably sell some of these potions that I just don't need anymore along with the food, but we'll do that in a moment. Alright, to Gondor. We must find and talk to a dude about a house. Click the up arrow in the bottom left. Up arrow where? Oh, this. The mail. Yeah, mailbox. Okay, yeah. Sick. I got confused for a moment. I was like, what? Up arrow. Cape of Belfalis housing broker. Homesteads of Gondor.
Hello, friend. Could you help me with something? Are you looking for something, friend?
Stately house. Oh, these are mithril. Okay, hang on, wait. Yeah, those are all mithril. Mithril. Is there anything for gold? Wait, these are Belfalos. I think these are all for mithril. Yeah. Barter items. Crazy. Alright, let's see. Minas Morgul.
Belphalos is there. To Havens of Belphalos. Belphalos Homesteads. Okay, this is kind of sick. Pretty sure all of those areas are for Mithril though, because it's brand new. Let's go ahead and get rid. Well, how do I? We will work on that at some point in the future, maybe on or off stream. I am hungry and I have not had lunch, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it there. I think now is a good time. Well, no, we still got 15 minutes. We can do a little bit more chores around. Let's do... I do want to see what kind of transmogs they have available over this way. This is what happens when I play MMOs, man. I'm like, I gotta go eat something. And I'm like, wait a minute. I got shit to do. I want to see what transmog they have over here by the skirmish vendors to see if they have anything for me to swap to. I need new boots and new pants. That's clearly Daburu and not Bronzebeard. Let's see, we will add to friends list. This guy you have. Dad jokes. What if I just do all here? Recruits light shoulders, okay. Those kind of look cool. Okay, the shield is sick.
Did you need something?
Let's see if there's any other hooded cloaks, because some of these hooded cloaks are really, really cool. Yeah, it just looks more of the same. Okay. The trim on that's nice. Oh, that's sick. I'll probably get to level 10 or so, then head back to Peregrine. Hell yeah. I could probably do with upgrading these rings, because they are a lower item level than what I've currently got. I really like this cape, actually. That's nuts. Man, is this all just agility? There's some will in there. Hmm.
What do you need? What can I do for you?
What about the shield that I'm wearing? Hang on. I think that's okay. Alright, let's actually try and figure out... Oh god, my camera is just completely a mess.
What can I do for you?
Where can I go here? Let's see. I can go to Minas Tirith via swift travel, which I need to figure out where at over there that is. There it is. It's here. So from Eastern Gondor, I would need to get through Central and into Western Gondor so I can check out Belfalas. But, like I said, I think the Belfalas stuff is all Mithril plots, pretty sure. Unless that particular vendor only sells it for Mithril.
Greetings.
Unsure. I think in the meantime... Where is Arid Luin? There are the regular housing and the premium housing. Okay, so I should still be able to get a house in Gondor then. I'll go check. Usually they're intertwined neighborhoods, I believe. Okay. Yeah, the vendor that I was looking at in Bree was just showing me a bunch of just plots for sale for Mithril, so I'll come over here and check and double check. Alright, where is City Stables?
How may I help you, friend?
Alright. Let's talk to this dude over here. Trestle Bridge. We're gonna go find out. We're gonna see if there's like regular neighborhoods or like regular houses that I can get in the area. Hello? How do I get out of here? How do I get out of here? I'm stuck. Hang on, wait a minute. I'm figuring it out. City Stables of Minas Tirith. There should be a door out, right? Exactly why I haven't visited there yet? Yeah. Surely there's a way to get out of here. That place is a maze and always laggy. It looks cool. I will give it that. But why is there an invisible wall here? Alright, let's see. There should be a way out. I just have to do some exploring. It does appear to be quite laggy, though. We love 30 FPS gaming. See, this is something that I really like, though. Like, the developers have taken a place that was never really explored in the films, and they've given it a vision, which I think is very, very sick. because we only got to see just a few parts of Minas Tirith in the movies, and it's been a really long time since I've read the books, so I'm unsure if there is any more significant sections that are like detailing Minas Tirith in the books, but having it so well constructed in the games, I think, is very cool. I think this is a dead end for me, and it is. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to go to a search engine and see if I can't find an answer as to how to leave Minas Tirith. Alright, give me one moment, I'm Googling it. Hang on. Threshold of the city. I don't think it's this guy. I think it's over here.
Gondor needs your aid.
I might need to be a higher level to do these. That might be the problem. But we shall look. Alright, high stables. Can you take me anywhere? Just to city stables? Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking I may need to be a higher level to do this, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm way up here. And that is alright. We will go to Southbury instead. And I'll probably just get a house in the human area. From my understanding, you can have multiple houses, so I might use this guy to get either a house in Ered Luin or a house in the human area. And then I'll use my burglar to get one in Gondor, since he's technically from Gondor. Alright, let's see. There's Falath Lorn homesteads. I remember Falath Lorn. There is an upkeep cost to houses as well. That is true. I remember them talking about like rent and stuff. Just so you were aware. Yeah. I remember some people talking about how rent and how it's just not quite as expensive as it quote unquote should be.
What do you need?
Let's see. Where is Falath Lorn? Do I really not have... I did not pick up the neighborhoods... Well, not the neighborhood. Dweeland. Where would be the closest to Dweeland? I guess it would just be to go to Thorin's Gate, wouldn't it? Or maybe Selendon? Let's do Selendon. That's probably closer. Got to hate when the riffraff buys a house in your neighborhood. An elephant Erebor? No, thank you. Yeah, that's about it, man. Alright, where am I at? Not that far, but let's go to Dweeland.
What can I do for you?
I want to finish off the stream today with buying a house, damn it. I did not at all get to finishing the book 3 like I wanted to. You're making a frozen pizza and grilling hot dogs and pork steak later tonight? Hell yeah, dude. I need to think about what we're having for dinner today. I think it might just be spaghetti and like the ground turkey that we have in the fridge. It'll either be spaghetti with the ground turkey for like a meat sauce, or it'll be kind of like a coconut curry with lentils. I think it'll probably just be the spaghetti with the ground turkey though, just so we can use it and it doesn't go bad. And I'm getting some frame jumps. I just will not stop jumping. I also cannot imagine like doing all this running around without the VIP status, because that would make it take 10 times longer. That is a staple of Lotro. The lag won't go away, which will absolutely turn off people. It's an old game. And I am one to give it the benefit of the doubt, or not the benefit of the doubt, but I'm one to give it grace in that regard, because it's old and it's not WoW. It doesn't have like the same kind of servers or the same kind of infrastructure that like Blizzard Activision does. It runs smoothly 9 times out of 10, 90% of the time. So I think I'm okay with it for the most part. I do understand that it would turn quite a few people off, though. I can't remember. Was I unable to do this? No. Perfect. $26 gold. Hell yeah. I remember when I was first leveling, I want to say this character, I'd actually gotten to the point where I was looking or wanting to look at the neighborhoods and stuff. And I got to that point and I was like, man, this is really cool. But I didn't really have too much beyond just looking it up. Standard house. Is there any... It's a kinship house, which I don't need. Oh my god, there's a deluxe house. Which one is that? 7 gold for a deluxe house. Alright, what's the upkeep though? 150 silver? That should be fine. I'd like to tour the house, please. Alright, alright. Oh shit, there's stairs. I love the jumps. Okay, yeah, this is sick. Alright. I got 7 gold to spare. I got 150 silver. Is that a month or is that per day? That's the question. Is the upkeep per month or per day? Or is it per week? Let's see if there's like a regular house that I can look at. You think per week? Okay. 1 gold, 50 silver. I think it might be... Let me tour this one. Oh wow, yeah. I think I'm gonna go for the deluxe house. And I'm assuming if you can't pay the upkeep, you can just disband the house or something like that. Or like it goes back up for sale, kind of like what the FF14 does. Alright. We're the now owner of a house. You can pay up to 26 weeks in advance via the housing management panel. You can see information about your house in the house panel, which can be accessed via the start menu under character. To visit your house, use the travel button on the house panel. Use the travel to personal house skill or enter the neighborhood gate on the landscape. Owning a house gives you a discount to purchases from the vendors in your neighborhood as well as a new skill, which allows you to travel instantly to your new home. That's pretty sick. Alright, so let's see. Is it in here? Cosmetic outfit, wallet, house. Mate. Oh, you can abandon it. Okay, cool. Next up, keep deducted in 6 days. Okay, yeah, it is every 6 days. Every few weeks. All right, let's do the next month. Let's just go ahead and pay that upkeep now. That way I don't have to worry about it. There is an escrow. Your stuff goes into it if you fail to pay upkeep. Gotcha. All right. And then we are now the new owners of... What is this address? It doesn't tell me the address. Well, no, it does tell me the address on my house tab. We are now the owners of 2 Twin Paul Path on Arthant in Philathlorn Homesteads. Deluxe house. Look at that, guys. Look at that, chat. We are now homeowners. Let's do the permissions. We don't need to do the permissions. They're already set. I gotta take a picture of this and send it to and post it to like the first time homeowner subreddit, man. This is phenomenal. Check that out. I do have a... Actually, I think I have them in my vault on this guy. I have some housing items, I think. Filter. Oh god, wait a minute. Withdraw. I thought I had more housing items, but I guess not. Alright, how do I use this? Let me see. I guess it would be in house maintenance? No, not maintenance. Permissiones. Housing storage, decorate. Okay. Character. There's a little button on the mini map. On the mini map. World map. Decoration mode. There it is. Don't want to destroy that. Ah, okay, hang on. Wait, can I move the wall itself, dude? Or is this... Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. Now I can move you up and down. Oh, Jesus. Uh-oh, hang on. Save. Oh, I didn't... Shit, hang on. There we go. This is not as intuitive as it could be. There we go. I have my painting. Now I can turn off decoration mode. Excellent. I have a thing on my hang on, we're gonna exit now. I have a thing on my burglar that I want to port over to this guy. I'm gonna mail it. And then I can put it in here without having to go back to Bree. It isn't just a house, it's a home. Yeah, there's a painting. How could you say that it's just a house when there's a painting? Uh-oh, the loading screen is, oh, no, hang on. Did it work? It might have worked. We're loading, we're loading. Excellent, phenomenal. All right, now I can open my mail. Let's reply by sending him this thing. Perfect. And then I can log this guy out. And then I'll be able to put down the table thing. 60 copper coins removed for mail fees. Highway robbery. I vaguely remember like money being way harder to get in this game since like 2023. Or not since, but like way back in 2023 to like when I started playing around 2019 or so, 2018. I feel like I was struggling for gold at the time. Gold or silver, both of which. Alright, decoration mode. Furniture. What's the rotation? This is the rotation. Oh god. That works. And I think this takes me somewhere, doesn't it? Elder Slade Command Center. Alright, well, we're not going to be doing that for now. Alright. I think this is a perfect moment to start winding down. I think in celebration, I will enjoy a superior roasted chicken, and I will smoke myself a pipe. Today was a successful stream, I think. We had a lot of fun. We did a lot of quests. Some of the quests were probably not as useful as like they could have been, but we had fun. I enjoy hanging out with you guys, and I hope that you guys had fun. I'm probably going to stream probably shortly after, probably around like 4 to 4:30 p.m. today. I'm gonna help a guildie of mine in WoW get really geared up for, get an alt geared up for the raid, since we're gonna need a class swap on the final boss. If you guys are interested at all in seeing some of the Mythic Plus stuff that we'll be doing, then hang out there. But yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. It was fun. And I'll see you guys maybe, well, tomorrow's Memorial Day. I should have tomorrow off. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. All right. Have a good afternoon, guys. Peace.